From historic Doyle Field in Leominster, we say a very good Saturday afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to sports here on RFM, and welcome back to spring sports here on RFM. As the cliche goes, and I live for it, hope springs eternal, and it is opening day of spring baseball here on RFM. From our Diamond Side broadcast position, we welcome you to Doyle Field for another season of Leominster High School baseball here on RFM. Alongside Bill Thomas and Kate Robbins, Todd Robbins for RFM tonight. Great to have you along with us on this beautiful afternoon. Going to be a great day for baseball as everybody starts undefeated in the spring, and it is opening day here at Doyle Field as Central Catholic comes in with their repeat on their mind, looking for another fantastic league season and get themselves into the postseason from Lawrence, and your Leominster High School Blue Devils looking to improve on what ended up being a tough and early exit to the postseason last year. Some new faces, lots of returning faces on both sides as well. We'll introduce you to them as we get going here on RFM. So it's Blue Devils and Raiders coming up. First pitch scheduled for straight up noon here at Doyle Field, which means 5 minutes of. So stand by for that as we get you ready for first pitch of this one and first pitch of the baseball season here at Doyle Field. I'll turn first to Bill Thomas. And Billy, I said it moments ago, hope does spring eternal. Everybody starts undefeated on opening day. And for both of these teams, bright possibilities and bright futures, and we'll focus in on returners. For Central Catholic, they're returning 7 out of 9 starters that are going to end up out on the field to open things up today. That includes their starting pitching. For Leominster, they're going to return a few less. 5 or 6 of their starters return this year, but all of the players you're going to see have got varsity experience, and of course they will start and live and die with pitching, which is, of course, the name of the game in high school baseball. And Angel Baez will get the start today for Leominster. Began his career as a freshman, as a reliever and closer, started into the starting role, if you will, last year, and now gets the opening day start this year as a junior. And that is, of course, says an awful lot about where this player is going and the upside that he potentially has for Leominster.
Yeah, well, it's a great day for baseball. A 10-day forecast says bundle up, but the sun's shining, a little bit of breeze, and expecting a great opening game here for the Blue Devils, for both teams, actually. And you're right, both teams coming off pretty successful seasons. Leominster didn't end quite like it had hoped, out early. But, talking about Angel Baez, the starter today, we watched him a couple years ago coming out of the bullpen as a freshman, and we were kind of wowed by his raw talent. And we knew in a year or two he would blossom into somebody who's going to be a very important part of this ball club. And by getting the starting assignment on opening day, I think he's proved out his worthiness and how he's matured over the last 2 years. But, I see some new faces. I see some familiar faces. I see some players playing some different defensive positions, trying to fill some holes from starters that were lost last year. So, not only is it about pitching, defense says a lot, too. Infield defense is very important at the high school level, the hot corner. I see Tony Savatelli's over there. I think he played mostly second base, and third baseman graduated out over there. And, we'll have to see how he handles that. But I think we might have somebody new at first. The names are going to have to work around. But some familiar, some new, but everybody's ready to play today.
Third member of the broadcast team, Kate Robbins, on site here at Doyle Field today as we get ready for first pitch of Leominster and Central Catholic for you. Great to have you with us, whether you're joining us on YouTube, Facebook Live, or Twitch live here from Doyle Field on a Saturday afternoon. It is great to have you along with us, and it is a picturesque day here at Doyle Field. And Kate, on opening day of the season, you've been through this many, many times as a player and many, many times as a coach as well. And opening day is such a fickle thing. You never know. I mean, it's one thing to hit inside the gym. It's one thing to hit in the batting cages. It's one thing to get out on the field. And, of course, this has been a great year to get out early here in the Northeast. But you just don't know until the first pitch of the season comes along.
Well, that's certainly an astute observation. I know that toward the end of the basketball season, we had been having the conversation with Coach Rich Barnaby when he was at basketball games. We had a very mild winter until the month of March. and then we get absolutely dumped on. And so when you get when you're in a situation where you're looking for tryouts to start, and there's no snow in January and February, and then all of a sudden when March comes, and you get absolutely pummeled with almost 2 feet of snow, that can be a difficult pill to swallow right off the bat. But as March snow goes, it went away quite quickly, and here we are.
Indeed, we are. And Kate, of course, as you come to an opening game like this, there's always the debate. Does the hitting trail behind the pitching? Does the pitching, trail behind the hitting coming into opening day based on your experience? Which one sort of rounds out into form earlier?
To be perfectly candid with you, I mean, it's about, individual athletes, are they ready to go? And how far back in fundamentals do you need to go in those 2 weeks that you have to prepare for the season? So if you have a fundamentally strong defensive team and you can focus on hitting, then that's always a nice thing. But live hitting is something, especially against an opponent, that might take a game or two to get into the swing of things. But these teams, these athletes, they're working year round in order to be on top of their game by the time the opening day comes.
Indeed, they are. And Bill Thomas, you mentioned Tony Savatelli, and this is his year. This is his senior year. It's his last campaign out there as part of the Blue Devils squad. He's looking certainly to project himself out to his potential future, and of course, going from second base to third, he's sort of moved around in Legion ball. He's done some catching. He's played third. He's played second. Played a little bit of third base in a game that we had here on RFM last year, but now third base is his. He's batting cleanup. Things are going to have to happen, and if this team is going to move in the direction that Coach Rich Barnaby wants, a lot of it is going to be backstopped by Tony Savatelli wearing 12.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen him play, great wherever they've asked him to start, whether it's second base, fill in the outfield, move around. But now, he's given that assignment down at that hot corner, and and Nick Massa we saw take over shortstop, I think, last year and did a formidable job. And, he's grown into that role for he's had a year to mature into that. And I think the left side of the infield's really going to be key. How does Tony adapt over there to that hot corner, and, how him and Nick work together?
And he, of course, has a returning starter at shortstop in Nick Massa. Tony Savatelli, Massa also returning starters. Jake Richard at first is a returning starter. Tom Gosin, as well as one more. Hang on, put my finger on it. Tyler Godin out in right field. All returning starters for Leominster across various positions. We'll introduce you to the starting lineups. The voice here of Doyle Field, Dick Tucker, has just introduced the starters here for both teams. But before we get started, it's National Anthem time here at Doyle Field, followed by first pitch of Leominster and Central Catholic. It is opening day of baseball here on RFM. There is nothing like an opening day national anthem started in the sport of baseball. It is a new season and a new start here, and we're great to be here on RFM. Whether you're joining us on YouTube, Facebook Live, or Twitch, or in delay, wherever you are, it's great to have you along with us. All right, let's meet the starting lineups as we get ready for opening game action. Here's 1 through 9 for the Raiders of Central Catholic. Kyle Bishop will bat leadoff play center field. The left fielder, Josh Florence, will bat second. At first base, Nathan Kearney, he'll bat third. The cleanup hitter is Tyler Normandy, and he'll play second base. Jack Savio, the designated hitter, bats fifth. Brady Rickenbach does the catching and bats sixth. The third baseman is Charlie Antonopoulos. He'll play third base, bat seventh. The shortstop is Jeremy De La Cruz. He'll bat eighth. And the right fielder is Will Norris, and he will round out the 9-person lineup. Lucas Rondu will pitch, and he will be in that sort of flex non-hitting position for the Raiders. Meanwhile, for Leominster, here is their defensive alignment. Left to right across the outfield, it's Tom Gosen, Reese Laura getting the start in center field, and Tyler Godin getting the start in right. Rights to left across the infield, Jake Richard. Alex Aquendo gets the start at second base. Nick Massa holding down the shortstop spot, and Tony Savatelli anchors the field at third base. Zach Casey returns for his second season as the backstop. He'll do the catching for the junior starter, Angel Baez, who will take the field today. And Bill Thomas, what we remember of Baez from years past, he of course has got great power pitching. He's got the sweeping breaking ball to go along with it. And of course, as you get older, you're going to try to diversify and do what you do well and keep developing in order to be a really great starting pitcher.
Yeah, and we saw him, displaying that curveball right from the first time he took the mound as a freshman. And like I said earlier, we were wowed by his raw talent and the maturity that he was showing. And in a playoff run that year when he was a freshman and coming out of the bullpen. And, I think it's well-deserved. He's worked his way into this role. He looks like he's put on a few pounds. I'm impressed, by the size of the kids. I'm looking at Tony out there. He looks like he's put on a few pounds. These kids are matured. I think, those two kids, along with the other returning players, are ready to lead this team to success this year.
Indeed, they are, as we get ready for action here at Doyle Field. If you're joining us for a baseball broadcast for the first time here on RFM, whether you're joining us on YouTube, Facebook Live, or Twitch, remember baseball broadcasts here on RFM. This is an award-winning radio broadcast team, so this is a radio broadcast with pictures. All of the camera angles not perfectly able to cover everything that we need. Wherever we can, we'll fill in the pictures for you, with the play-by-play. Angel Baez on the bump. Here comes the first offering of 2023, and it is a ball outside to Kyle Bishop from the Raiders, and we are underway on time, 12 p.m., the first pitch here at Doyle Field. Here comes the 1-0. It's a called strike on the inside corner, and it is a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Bishop, first batter of 2023 for either team. The 1-1 from Baez. A little breaking ball misses down and away, and it goes to 2-1.
Baez is not wasting any time on the mound either. He's waiting on the batter every pitch here. He's ready to go.
High school baseball, Bill Thomas, didn't need a pitch clock. Here's the 2-1, and it's one down the tube, and it is sliced foul and out of play by Bishop, and it levels the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
One thing I noticed, Todd, no chain link fence over here. I think foul ball recovery is going to be a lot easier this year.
The rail trail, of course, that
beautiful
fence.
Beautiful setting.
Todd
and
Billy, take a look. The batter on the interior line of that batter's box.
Got a little late to the 2-2, but he chopped it foul.
Okay, why would he do that? On the line in, plus kind of forward, too. Is take the curveball away, do you think?
I mean,
give a little quicker look at it?
There's, a number of reasons that, is he not able to get to the outside part of the plate? You've got a righty-lefty matchup going on here as well, so it all depends on what it is that you're trying to compensate for in this situation.
Maybe looking to slap something down the left field line, too, and get a little quick break out of the box here.
Crowding that plate.
Yeah, he is.
And the 2-2 from Baez. Swung on, hit on the ground. Ranging over to make the play is Richard. He will flip to Baez covering. And it's a 3-1 putout for out number 1 in 2023.
Good job. You like to get that first one out of the way. Everybody doing their job right there. Second baseman waiting on it. Baez breaking on the swing and pulling that play off successfully. And I'm sure they've worked on that dozens, if not hundreds of times in practice. And comes up, it seems like such a simple discipline, but it's something that you get good at with repetition.
The umpires here on opening day, Owen Napolitano calls the balls and strikes. Dan Roy, the plays on the bases. First pitch, a breaking ball up and in to Josh Florence, misses for ball number 1. Baez throws from the full windup. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball catches the outside half. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Casey having to be careful there. Don't pull strikes.
Absolutely.
Don't pull
strikes this early. Here's the 1-1. Chopped foul to our diamond side broadcast position. 1 ball and 2 strikes, and Baez gets ahead of Florence.
I already feel like I'm the critical one. Captain Killjoy over here. With 2 batters in. Just call me Captain Killjoy.
Those are little things, okay? Little things.
Nobody squared to bunt yet.
Yeah,
The
look out, everybody.
1-2 wasted high and
Look out.
outside, and it levels the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Florence had to check his swing on that.
Some of the new kids probably aren't familiar with you, Kate, but they will learn eventually.
The 2-2, breaking ball in the dirt, checked swing. Casey keeps it close, check down to first, and Dan Roy says no swing.
Good job there, though. Just putting the tag on just in case and
Absolutely.
looking for it. You don't want to.
What do you got for a count?
3 balls and 2
That's what I
strikes.
have
Got a full
too.
count.
Huzzah.
Full count.
Count runs full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Baez goes deep on the second batter of the season. 3-2, line drive, diving attempt made by Oquendo. He got dirty early on, but that one out of his reach and into right center. Up with it quickly, Laura into the cutoff, and it is a single for Josh Florence.
Solid single at that. Nice job right there. Good at bat. Worked that count full. Got a pitch he could handle.
Brings Nathan Kearney, the first baseman, to the plate. Kearney, another lefty. Baez goes to the stretch with the runner on at first. Breaking ball misses below the knees, and the count to 1-0.
Kearney, the first baseman, he looks like the prototype first baseman. Lefty, tall, lanky.
And solidly built, Bill Thomas, as the check over to first. Diving back in safely is Florence. Good tag applied by Richard. Still a 1-0 count with 1 out here. Top of the first inning on opening day. The 1-0 breaking ball sweeps through the zone, but misses low, and the count to 2-0.
Yeah, a little low, maybe a little inside, too. Breaking down and in on that lefty.
Baez, cool customer, though, Bill Thomas. Always looks so calm out there. The 2-0.
Ooh,
Missed inside, wanted it, couldn't get it. 3-0. Now you've gone sort of level in the first batter, deep and gives up a single in the second batter, and now you are behind batter number 3, 3-0.
And the last thing you want to do is have a large pitch count in the first inning.
3-0 fastball down the tube, and it's 3-1.
I'm sure Coach Barnaby would like to get him out of here with, under 20 pitches maximum, but
Big
a nice
lead at first.
10-pitch inning would be a great way to start the season here.
Baez ready from the chest, slings on over, and the tag applied. Diving back in is Florence ahead of it. And a 3-1 count at the plate to the first baseman, Kearney.
Yeah, this is an offensive count here, 2K. You commenting a big lead, 3-1, hit his pitch.
3-1 fastball, outer half for strike 2.
Works his way all the way back from 3-0. Does Baez on this batter. But back-to-back batters with 3-2 counts, Todd, as you said.
And now Baez steals a look at Florence at first. 3-2 breaking ball, hit on the ground, and the steal attempt brings Oquendo towards second. The ball into right field. Florence is around second and standing up into third. And it is a single for Kearney that advances Florence to 90 feet away from the first run of the season.
We could call that a perfectly executed hit and run, but I think we anticipated the run there anyways, but perfectly placed in that second baseman's hole, Todd. You mentioned Oquendo breaking to cover the bag, and that's right where the ball went.
Indeed it did, and right into the spot. 1 out here, cleanup batter as Tyler Normandy, the second baseman, comes to the plate. Now talk about not prototypical. Not too many second basemen that hit in the cleanup spot.
That's true.
Runners at the corners. First pitch, a ball down and away, and Baez is struggling here in his first half inning of work in 2023.
Picking up a little bit.
Indeed it is. You can hear it on our microphones.
From left to right.
The 1-0 right over the middle for strike one, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. From Baez to Normandy, game time forecast here, 44 degrees according to AccuWeather. Real feel though, Bill Thomas, and you and I love this, 54 it says with the nothing but sunshine. The 1-1 missed and the count goes to 2-1. But the wind whipping through here a little bit.
Yeah, strong breeze left to right. Somebody gets something up in the air there, headed towards right field. It could carry a long way down into the football field.
Showing it 5 miles an hour out of the northwest as the 2-1 called for strike 2. Maximum gusts about 10 miles an hour right now.
This plateau up here always seems to be windy, though, at Doyle Field. Always get that breeze, and a lot of times it is coming from the left side of the diamond.
2-2 breaking ball, dusted. The advance comes behind the play as Kearney will move up 90 feet. And it's a 3-ball, 2-strike count to Normandy at the plate. 2 runners in scoring position. Florence is at third. Kearney behind him at second. Baez will move back to the full windup, now steps back off as he asks for time. Consider this 3-2 offering with 1 out and 2 runners in scoring position, and we would call this sufficient trouble here in the top of the first.
Could use a strikeout.
3-2, swung on, lifted down the right field line, and it is a fair ball deep into the right field corner. It will score 1, station to station. From second to third goes Kearney, and it is an RBI double with a 3-2 count for Tyler Normandy to put the Raiders on the board 1-0.
Nice job right there, but fortunately for the Blue Devils, Kearney didn't get a good read on that. Thought it might be caught, so he had to hold up there and only made his way to third on that double. Raiders only scoring 1 off of that.
That's a tricky spot to be in with only 1 out. Had there been 2 outs, he would have been on his horse right away. They would have gotten 2 runs out of that.
Indeed, they would have. That one dropped perfectly in the corner, hugged the foul line all the way down that right field line. Still 1 out here in the top of the first, and Baez comes to the designated hitter Savio with a called strike, and it is 0-1 to Jack Savio with a run already in.
One thing I'm seeing here, too, Todd, is a well-balanced lineup here. Lefty, righty. Can't settle into
constantly
one side.
having to move.
Yeah.
Yep.
Leominster's defensive coaching staff moving outfielders quite a bit. This lefty up to bat.
0-1 from Baez, lifted out of play by Savio.
Moving the right side of the outfield, and center fielder to their left, our right.
That northwest wind kind of moving from home plate out toward right center based on the flag deep in center field at the top of the bowl. The 0-2 cut on and missed, and it is a strikeout for out number 2. There was that absolutely sorely needed strikeout, Bill Thomas. They needed it a batter ago, but
Yeah.
Baez got it in the 5-hole.
Yeah, could have used it a batter earlier, but like I say, fortunate only to give up 1 run on that double, and see if Baez can bear down here and get out of this inning, strand these 2 runners.
And the catcher, Brady Rickenbach, is at the plate for his first at-bat of 2023 with 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. Runners at second and third. It's an 0-2 count to Rickenbach. Baez 1 strike away from getting out with limited damage here in the top of the first inning. The 0-2 pitch, high and in, and the count goes to 1-2, excuse me.
You don't want to get careless here. Get ahead in the count. Last thing you want to do, though, is bounce something in here. I know he wants to use that curveball.
Baez, 1-2 with 2 outs. Sweeping breaking ball lifted by Rickenbach to right field. And on the run, Godin has it pop off the leather, but he's able to secure it for out number 3 to end the threat in the top of the first inning. 6 batters come to the plate for the Raiders in the top of the first. One of them scores, 2 singles from Florence and Kearney. The double from Normandy scores Florence, and it is a 1-0 lead for Central Catholic through 1/2 inning here at Doyle Field. Let's set the lineups as we go to the bottom of the first inning. Through 1/2, Central Catholic 1 and Leominster nothing. To the bottom of the first we go, and Leominster's 1 through 9 batting order will look like this. Alex Oquendo, the second baseman, bats leadoff. The first baseman, Jake Richard, bats second. Nick Massa plays short, bats third. Tony Savatelli in the cleanup position plays third base. Angel Baez hits for himself in the 5-hole. Tom Gosen, left field, bats sixth. Zach Casey does the catching. He'll bat out of the 7-hole. The 8-hole hitter, Dom Swain, new to the starting lineup. He's the designated hitter. And the center fielder is Reese Laura. He will bat ninth. Tyler Godin, the right fielder, will not bat in the current lineup. Meanwhile, for the Raiders, left to right across their outfield, it's Florence, Bishop, and Norris. Right to left across the infield, Kearney, Normandy, De La Cruz, Antonopoulos. Rickenbach does the catching. For the starting pitcher, Lucas Rondu, who will get the start as a returning starter with that flaming red glove. The lefty comes from about a 3/4 angle as we see him warming up, getting ready for his first half inning of work. 1-0 through 1/2. Bill Thomas, what'd you see?
Well, I saw that Angel Baez threw 28 pitches, which doesn't bode well for the next 2 or 3 innings if he doesn't bear down and get himself a short inning. I know that Coach Barnaby doesn't want to get into the bullpen this early in the season, but I already see action out there. See if he can't get another inning 2 out of Baez. And, he's also your number 5 hitter in the lineup, so, you got to keep him active. One way or the other, he's going to be in this game, but you hope you get a couple more innings out of him on the mound.
1 run in the inning for the Raiders on 3 hits, no errors, stranded 2 with the third out, the flyouts, to conclude the top half of the first. Here we go to the bottom half of the first inning, and Alex Oquendo, the second baseman, will take the leadoff spot for Leominster against Rondu. Kate, you're down 1-0 going to the bottom of the first. The first pitch from Rondu is a strike from the lefty on the outer half, and the count is 0-1. You don't want to get too rattled here early on, not too much. You get a chance to hit 2 as the 0-1 comes here. Oquendo hits it on the ground. Shortstop De La Cruz up with it on to first. And it is a neat 6-3 put out for out number 1.
Yeah, I think Leominster's got to feel pretty good getting in the dugout, only giving up 1 run. As troublesome as that first inning was, with Baez struggling on the mound to find a plate, but you're right. If you don't score any runs, 1-0, you got to score at least 1 to make it a ball game here. So really no harm this early.
Jake Richard comes to the plate and sees the third pitch from Rondu, high and outside, and the count is 1-0.
If there's a downside, Todd is having to get into your bullpen early, but I'm sure he's got plenty of pitching ready down there.
And this is a called strike to Richard on the inner half, and the count to 1-1. You are correct, Bill Thomas. There are at least 3 pitchers that we know of. Mark Garner, Ryan Garner, the returning senior, and Tyler Godin for Leominster. 1-1 called strike 2, knee-high outside. And Richard looking back at the dugout for a little bit of assistance coaching-wise, but it's a 1-2 count with 1 out.
Probably get the bat off your shoulder and swing the bat.
Indeed, and he'll ask for time and step out. And I mean
2 batters in, the pitches have been around the plate and they're being called, so it's time to be aggressive right off the bat.
5 pitches, 4 out of 5 have been strikes. The 1-2 cut on and missed, chased by Richard, and he is K'd for out number 2.
To your point, considering the quality of the opponent that you're going up against, giving up 1 run is something that you do have to make sure that you concern yourself with, because you don't want it to get out of hand. So now, having seen two at bats, I'm probably going to give the top half of my lineup a little bit of leeway here at their first at bat, but then I'm going to think manufacture. And
it doesn't look like you got to wait around very long to get a strike here. You're right, Kate. Got to come up there ready to start hacking, and I'm guessing that Lucas Rondo's probably their number 1 starting the season off.
Rondu's first pitch to Massa was a strike, second right behind it, and it is 0-2. Rondu leans in on the rubber. The 0-2 pitch to Massa is a fastball down and in, and it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Rondu set at the hip, working out of the stretch. 1-2 pitch with 2 outs. Chopped on the ground and wide of third base. Foul, and the count stands at 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Bill Thomas early on here. Leominster certainly, at least now, we're seeing what Massa coming up swinging. You got an opportunity. Get on it. Let's go, because Rondu's going to keep it around the plate.
I think he's thrown 10 pitches, and 7 of them have been strikes. You got to be ready.
1-2 offering. Fastball up and away. Count levels at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the first inning here. Rondu kicks and delivers in the dirt and dug out by Rickenbach. And the count runs full, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Good job by Massa making him work here a little bit. Not helping him out. Our 2 quick outs here at the bottom of the first inning.
Rondu leans in, now comes back set. 3-2 pitch. Hit on the ground by Massa, charging it De La Cruz. Throws across his body and dug out of the dirt by Kearney to send Leominster down in order in the bottom of the first. 6-3 the putout to end the inning for out number 3. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on for Leominster, and through 1 complete here at Doyle Field. It's Central Catholic 1 and Leominster nothing. More to come. This is high school baseball. Opening day right here on RFM. Top of the second inning here at Doyle Field. Central Catholic 1 and Leominster nothing. Great to have you along with us here. High school baseball opening day here on RFM. Todd Robbins, Bill Thomas, Kate Robbins, and you. Great to have you along with us here on YouTube, Facebook Live, or Twitch. Diamond Side here at Doyle Field in 2023. And it is 7-8-9 due up for the Raiders. And it's Antonopoulos, the third baseman, who sees a called strike 1, and the count goes to 0-1. And now Baez, 0-1, misses in, and it levels the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. I think maybe a little bit here, Bill Thomas. Was Baez working just a little too quickly maybe in that top of the first?
Well, he handled that first batter.
The 1-1 is lifted toward right field on, and making the diving attempt was Godin, but he didn't come up with it. It was short. He tried to dig it out. He got some leather on it, but it fell in and front. It will go down as a single in the book for Antonopoulos, who got a little help from the wind, pushing that down. Godin gave chase, but not able to quite get there. Kate, great effort.
A great effort, and one of the things that has been going on in right field, the wind has been wreaking havoc. If you take a look at I'm going to actually go to our wide angle here, even though we had a pitch coming.
As this one is hit on the ground, it is inside the bag. bag at third for De La Cruz. Rounding second is Antonopoulos, and cruising, standing. He will throw it into a slide on into third base. And it is a double on the ground for De La Cruz, sneaking it inside the bag at third. Plate umpire Owen Napolitano right on the line to get the good look at it. And De La Cruz legs out a double, moving Antonopoulos to 90 feet from scoring.
More action going on in Leominster's pen. I believe that's Garner going out for to warm up. But right now the wind wreaking a little havoc, especially on the right-hand side of the field, because you can't necessarily judge it. We've had some hits on the lines on both sides as well. So right now Angel Baez not only struggling a little bit to find the plate, but also struggling because the hits just keep falling. They're not going near anybody.
9-hole hitter is Will Norris, the right fielder. He sees a ball one float in. And now here comes the 1-0 from Baez. Fastball strike on the outside, count 1 ball and 1 strike. And Bill Thomas, let's face it here, Coach Barnaby never intended for anybody to go 7 innings today. But when you give the ball to an opening day leader like Angel Baez, you expect that he is going to come out of the gate. He's going to come out of the gate strong. He's going to feel confident. And right now, got to feel a little shaken here in the top of the second inning.
Yeah, well, Raiders came out hacking, and he was fortunate to only give up 1 run in that first inning. But, no let up here in the second inning. Come out swinging, little bloop single, and then, a hard line drive down the left field line to a double. Second and third, no outs here. And Baez is struggling a little bit.
And Baez back to the full windup with runners on second and third and nobody out here. The 1-2. Casey tried to frame that one in on the outside corner. It missed. Count levels, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Couldn't pull that one over.
Right now, Baez, even when he is getting ahead of batters, going deep into the count.
Indeed. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Norris. The delivery, breaking ball, hit on the ground. In on the grass was Aquendo, up with it and almost throws it by Richard at first. That's when it helps to have a 6-foot first baseman. You can't overthrow, and it is a white knuckle 4-3 for out number 1.
Good job over there by Aquendo. Looked to run it back, but at the last second he realized here comes the base runner, the batter runner down the first baseline. Almost flipped it over his head. That would have been probably 2 runs, but good job. Quick as a cat over there at first base by Richard.
Back to the top of the order, Kyle Bishop, the center fielder. He grounded out to first base in his first at-bat, so currently 0 of 1. And the lefty stands in with 1 out, runners on second and third, and a 1-0 lead for Central Catholic. Comes Baez's offering to Bishop. Breaking ball. Took a little off of it for strike number 1.
Shows some confidence in that breaking ball, in his catcher and in the pitch, both with a runner on third.
And of course, Kate, it's the balance, right, between you want to make some adjustments as the 0-1 comes to the plate, breaking ball misses outside, count goes to 1 ball and 1 strike. So you want to make some adjustments to figure out, of course, what's not working, but you don't want to overcorrect immediately and start on opening day second-guessing all the things that you just do naturally.
Well, and that's one of the mental aspects of this game. That's why it can be so frustrating, frustrating at times, because things that work one day don't work the next.
1-1 lifted outside of third base and up and out of play, and the count goes to 1-2.
And to your observation earlier, I think Baez has slowed down a little bit, especially with runners on here. He's walking around the mound a little bit more, gathering his thoughts between pitches, putting just a little more thought into what he wants to do out there, being a little careful.
Still ready well before any of the batters are, though.
That's right. The 1-2 to Bishop. Breaking ball misses down and away to the left-handed hitter.
They always look better from the side.
Indeed they do, and the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out here in the top of the second inning and Central Catholic with the 1-0 lead. Baez standing in there, and the timeout asked for by Bishop as Baez and Casey try to get on the same page with the dugout.
See what Baez does here. 2-2. Love to get out of this inning with a strikeout here. Get that second out.
2-2 pitch. Breaking ball floated and missed the outer half.
Get out of this trouble that he's in right here.
Deep again.
Set him up to get out of the inning.
Another full count to another hitter in the top half of the order.
And you want to get out of this right now.
Bishop put the ball in play first time up, so got to expect him to do it again here. Infield's in.
The payoff pitch. Cut on and missed. Second strikeout of the day for Baez.
Came right after him, too. That just sets the inning back up to be able to play defense, get your infielders back where they belong here to get this third out of the inning.
Josh Florence got everything started in the top of the first inning with the single and then got moved over on a single from Kearney, and then the double from Normandy brought him in. He is the run scored, so he's got a single and a run scored. He's 1 of 1. And he is at bat with 2 outs here in the top of the second inning, and he sees Baez's hard fastball up and in for the count to go to 1-0.
And this is the part where Zach Casey's job becomes absolutely imperative. You've got your 2 outs. No damage thus far. You do have 2 runners in scoring position. It's your job. Keep Baez calm and systematic, especially in this at-bat, and hope that it's the last at-bat of the inning.
The 1-0 becomes 1-1 with a strike on the outside.
And let's not forget, first base is open, Kate, so you don't want to get careless here either.
Correct.
Don't give in to this batter. You don't need to.
Especially in the top half of the order. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here comes Baez. Breaking ball, sweeps and catches the inside for a 1-2 count.
And this again, now he's ahead of the batter. Don't want to go necessarily too deep into this count. You want to make sure that you get out of this inning, but working ahead, Casey calming him down.
A ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Hit on the ground toward Aquendo. Ranges toward first. Up with it and on to first. 4-3, the confident put out to end the threat in the top of the second inning. 2 runners stranded. Second and third to end the inning. For the second inning in a row, 2 hits surrendered in that inning to bring the Raiders' 2-inning total to 5. But most importantly, it's no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left on. Through 1.5 here at Doyle Field. It's Central Catholic 1 and Leominster nothing. A break and we're back with more. This is high school baseball right here on RFM. To the bottom of the second inning we go here on RFM. 1-0 Central Catholic on top of Leominster. And Tony Savatelli comes to the plate for his first at-bat. Leominster went in order in the first. 4, 5, 6 due up. Savatelli, Baez, and Gosin. Savatelli sees the first pitch, checked up his swing, missed on the outside from Rondu, and the count is 1-0.
I'm not sure we saw Tony in the cleanup role last year, another role that I think he's matured into.
The 1-0 pitch, missed on the outside and low, and the count to 2-0. I'm going to double check that, Bill Thomas. This is a great part about having this book. He did bat in the cleanup last year. Yes, he did. Here's the 2-0. And Savatelli lifts this one up and out of play and out of Doyle Field. Count goes to 2-1.
Hoping that looked pretty to him.
I got the same book. Let me go back and look here a little bit.
I bet it says the same thing.
I'll bet it
You know what
does.
I opened up to? The UMass Lowell Hartford softball game. The
From
one
last
game
year.
I did.
Here's the
2 years
2-1.
ago.
High fastball up and away, and the count goes to 3-1 to Savatelli.
Well, he's not going to have batted cleanup in that game, Bill Thomas.
That's right. That we can say definitively. 3 balls and a strike from Rondu to Savatelli. Here comes Rondu's 3-1 offering. Fastball misses up and in, and Savatelli draws a walk to lead off here in the bottom of the second inning, and that is what Leominster needed. Get a base runner out there, all of a sudden start knocking some of the rust off here in the bottom half of the second inning, start feeling more confident with where they are as Baez comes to the plate, pitcher hitting for himself. Now, this is a role, Bill Thomas. Limited times we saw him come to the plate last year as this one misses up and
we
in
saw,
from
you know,
Rondu.
mainly as a reliever, taking over that non-hitting role a lot of times, or not, in the lineup long enough to have, if he was to hit and end up in a batting position. But you're right. Not very often you see the pitcher also part of the hitting lineup, and especially in the middle of it.
Which means you have a stick to be reckoned with. Sees a second pitch strike. It's a level count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out here. Savatelli on at first. And jackknifing out of the way was Baez, and a little bit of disbelief, but it's a strike on the inside corner.
And I think what that tells us is Baez is probably going to be a designated hitter when he's not pitching.
Certainly the possibilities. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count to Baez. And he limbos underneath that one high, and the count levels at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 count, Rondu on Baez. Nobody out, bottom of the second inning. Savatelli dancing at first. 2-2 offering. Baez lifts this one toward right center, giving chase. The diving catch almost made by Norris, but the signal is it is a trap. The base umpire, Dan Roy, is closer to it, and he says it is a trap. Norris is up, pleading his case.
I think he's got a case.
And he very well may, but let me tell you what they're not going to do. Check instant replay. There is none in the MIA.
Who's pleading his case is a center fielder, but
probably had a pretty good
looked
angle.
like Norris just got up and walked back. I'm not sure if he was sure whether he caught it or not, but goes as a single.
Leominster base runners, how lucky there that they didn't get caught in any type of double
And
play.
now the bunt by Tom Gosen killed right in front of home plate. The catcher, Rickenbach, up with it on to first. It's 2-3 the put out, but Gosen does his job and moves
There it
everybody
is.
station to station.
I was going to say, but you know what I like about that? He did his job.
He got
First
the bunt
pitch,
down.
got the bunt down, first pitch. That's what I like to see. Move those runners into scoring position. Already now you're seeing Leominster's offense getting ready to manufacture a run. Bottom of the second inning, already trying to get this work done.
First out of the inning. Runners on second and third, and the first pitch to Zach Casey, the catcher, is a ball low. Count goes to 1-0. Savatelli stands at third. Baez is down at second. And Rondu still in the stretch. The 1-0. Hit on the ground by Casey. Rondu snared out of the air. Savatelli is going to get himself in a run down between home and third. Baez will move up behind Savatelli. He gets tagged out. He went on contact there, and Rondu stabbed that one out of the air. So score it as a fielder's choice to retire Savatelli.
Not good. That's early season base running if I've ever seen it there.
Baez did his job moving up, but cannot be moving on contact there with 1 out in the inning.
I ended up at first and third here. Unfortunately, Casey wasn't able to work his way down to second in the process of that rundown either. So he ends up at first, and Leominster's got runners on the corners. 1 out.
And he gets credited for a fielder's choice.
I didn't see it. I'm wondering why he didn't make it set. Oh, well,
I think
mean,
he
he's
ran
probably
through the bag, and then he realized that the play was going
and you
the
have that
other way.
concern of where is Baez going to be.
Right. And I'm not sure Baez ever slowed down. He was as soon as he saw the break from third, he really didn't have much choice. Somebody's got to end up on third in that spot. You can't end up with first and second.
Conversation from the dugout with Rondu, and then on its way back to the dugout with plate umpire Owen Napolitano. 2 outs here, bottom of the second inning. Leominster trailing 1-0. And the designated hitter Dom Swain at the plate with runners at the corners. And Rondu sees a ball down and in the dirt to Swain, and the count goes to 1-0.
We'll see what kind of speed the catcher Casey has here. If
2 outs, though.
Coach Barnaby might start the runner here. Get something happening.
1-0 pitch, jackknifes out of the way, does Swain to avoid that one, and the count goes to 2-0. Baez at third, Casey at first, 2 outs with the runners at the corners and the 2-0 to Swain. On the shoe tops for ball 3, and that allows Casey to trot on down to second base, and actually Jared Viola in for the catcher there. Viola is in as the runner for the catcher. Yes.
Didn't see that swap.
Did not either. But I saw the jersey 3 going into second. And the 3-0, 4 straight pitches, Dom Swain draws a walk.
4-pitch walk right there, very uncharacteristic of Rondo.
Second walk of the inning, and it loads the bases with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning, and Leominster chasing 1.
Big spot for the 9-hitter here, first at-bat of the season.
Indeed, and Coach Barnaby is fond of having a hitter for contact in this 9 spot, have the double leadoff. And Napolitano queued up the gun and then holstered it. The count goes to 1-0.
Oh, I heard it.
So the count goes to 1-0.
Okay.
Hey, it's opening day for everybody. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball cut on and missed by Laura. And the count goes to 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yep, 1-1. What do you know?
Do you think that first pitch was a strike?
I thought I heard an audible strike sound.
Yeah.
Sacks loaded the 1-1, upstairs and out. Rickenbach out of the crouch to make the catch, and the count is 2-1.
Then again, Bill Thomas, what do I know?
To be honest with you, I'm not a fan of an umpire that says ball. It's either a loud strike or a silent ball.
2-1.
That's the way I was taught.
Knee-high inside for strike number 2.
Deuces are wild here, everybody.
Indeed they are. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the second inning. If you're holding a ticket with a 2, you're in good shape thus far.
See if the Blue Devils can plate 2 here, and then it'll really complete the 2s.
Rondu's 2-2 sawed foul by Laura, and we'll try another 2-2 with 2 in the bottom of the second.
Leominster's offense really needs this one. At the very least, you need to put this in play here. Can't walk away with a strikeout. Need to be that second leadoff hitter for the Blue Devils here in the 9 spot.
Rondu at the chest, 2-2, cut on and missed, and tagged out as Rickenbach takes the ball out of the dirt, and it's a timely strikeout to end Leominster's threat in the bottom of the second inning. Through 2 here at Doyle Field, it's Central Catholic 1 and Leominster nothing. We'll go to the top of the third. 3-4-5 due up for the Raiders in the top of the third. Break, and we're back with more. This is high school baseball right here on RFM. To the top of the third we go here on RFM. Todd Robbins, Bill Thomas, Kate Robbins, and you. YouTube, Facebook Live, and Twitch here on RFM. Great to have you along with us. 3-4-5, due up for the Raiders in the inning. Kearney, Normandy, Savio. And Kearney with the big cut and tip into the mitt of Casey for strike number 1. Central Catholic with the 1-0 lead through 2. Breaking ball from Baez is strike 2, and the count goes to 0-2 to Kearney, singled, stranded at third base in the first inning. 0-2, up and away, and the count to 1-2 to the first baseman, Kearney.
Pitch count continuing the climb for Baez, up close to 50.
1-2, fastball knee high and lifted out of play, foul by Kearney. And it's a 1-2 count to Kearney. Nobody out, top of the third inning, 1-0 Central Catholic's lead. And here comes Baez, 1-2 pitch. Goes inside, knocked down by the first baseman,
Nobody's
Richard.
there.
Loose ball picked up by Aquendo, nobody covering. And it becomes an infield single, a hot shot at the first baseman, Richard, who knocked it down and kept it on the infield dirt. But there's nobody there to cover, and it is an infield single for Kearney.
And these are the types of things, Bill Thomas, that have been happening to this Leominster team while they're on defense. You're getting kind of those, seeing eye singles or rips up the line or a nice defensive play by your first baseman. They knock it down, and then no one's able to get to the base.
Well, I think Baez was surprised that his first baseman knocked that down over there. Hot shot, headed down in the right field corner. Probably going for extra bases.
Can I repeat? That's why it's great to have a 6-foot first baseman.
Yeah, Richard's second time today he's used his height.
Oh my, and then Baez struggles on the pickoff move to first. He sort of lollipopped it over. I mean, I don't even know quite how to, he got it there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what counts. The 0-1 is down and away, and it is backhanded by Casey. And the count goes to 1-1, and right now
somehow he avoided the balk and did was able to get the ball over there. Didn't look pretty though.
It did not.
He got it there though.
He got it there.
No harm, no foul.
The 1-1 fastball is well outside, and Casey reels it back in, and the count to 2-1.
The hope right now, if you're the Blue Devils, especially the coaching staff, you're getting all these weird bugaboos out in game 1. And you hope that you've got 19 more regular season games, and these don't happen again.
Where none of this ever happens again.
Get them all out today.
The 2-1 breaking ball is a strike on the outer half.
At the very least, Kate, you start making a list of what you need to work on next time you get together for practice.
Yeah, it's big. Yeah. The list should not be difficult to come up with after game 1. And that's fine, as long as you're improving throughout the season and getting the wins you need to get.
2-2 fastball is wide of the outside corner, and the count runs full, deep into the count again. Normandy, he had a 3-2 double in his first at-bat.
I think it's fifth batter that Baez has gone full on.
And he had the RBI in the first. Breaking ball missed. And it's ball 4 for a walk.
That's a tough at-bat to lose. Right now, if you're Rich Barnaby and your coaching staff, you're probably thinking about how you can help Baez here, kind of nurse through, get his pitches without there being significant damage.
And that brings the designated hitter, Jack Savio, to the plate. He's a strikeout victim for out number 2 in the first.
Also character building to have to work out of a jam.
Still only giving up 1 run through all these struggles in it.
No outs, though, here,
third,
though.
yeah.
2 on.
2+ innings.
Need a ground ball to the middle of the infield.
That would be the ideal situation. The 1-0, chopped foul, count to 1 ball and 1 strike.
But you're not in a good way when you're praying for a ball on the ground in the middle infield.
Savio,
Things can't be going well.
Savio, a strikeout victim his first time up.
Yes, he was. So Baez from the stretch, runners on first and second with nobody out here in the top of the third. And a fastball upstairs misses, count to 2 balls and a strike.
We're used to seeing Angel Baez with pinpoint accuracy, especially with his hard stuff. And right now he's nursing it, trying to get through without there being much damage. But he's working hard to try to find that zone right now. It's not coming easy.
2-1, breaking ball over the heart of the plate for strike number 2. And the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, because of the erratic nature right now of Baez in these first 2 innings, Central Catholic can feel free to be as choosy as they want to be. They can go up there and go deep into the count. They know the pitches are right now climbing for Angel Baez. They can go deep into a count. They can be as absolutely patient as they want to be, and it's only going to hurt the opposition. So
Leominster's bullpen is quiet, which means the other options are ready for Coach Barnaby. Should he choose to pull the trigger, and Baez there goes with the pickoff to second. And it's just that sort of almost lack of confidence when he seems like he turns and pivots and tries to make that release. Seems a little unsure as to whether he's going to have, somebody there and just get confidence over the year, I suppose, as the 2-2 is lifted up and
at the taqueria.
Out of play, indeed, toward the taqueria.
Which always smells so good.
Indeed, it does.
It's such a tease when we sit here and the taqueria just wafts. So yummy.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Savio at the plate. Runners on first and second. 2-2. This one's lifted deep toward right field in that triangle, and it will fall in for a single.
Just keeps happening.
And everybody moves up station to station.
It just keeps happening. It's like the Bermuda Triangle out there right now.
Exactly right. No man's land, Kate.
And the wind, again, because the wind looks like it's moving so significantly, as an outfielder, you want to make sure that you're giving enough space. So if you get a hard hit ball, you're able to move on it appropriately. But you have these little like bloop, bloop, bloop after bloop, and it just keeps burning you.
But they're coming off full swing, so as a defensive player out there, you're expecting something a little hotter, and it's turning into a bloop that the wind's knocking down.
That's right.
Baez sends a fastball toward the ear hole of the catcher Rickenbach, and it is ball 1.
Now the other thing, no wind where we are right now, but you can see all the flags all around us whipping like crazy. Not an enviable position if you're an outfielder.
1-0 breaking ball, swinging bunt. Baez charges, flips to home, and it is in time to cut down the runner.
Nice job, gets the force at home. No tag needed there, Baez on it. Great job.
Third baseman number 15, Charlie Antonopoulos.
So that's only out number 1,
Indeed.
Unfortunately for the Blue Devils, but no damage there. Bases are still juiced, so infield is still going to be pulled in yet again. Where are we in the lineup, though, friends?
7 hole.
7 hole. So this, if you're Baez, this is where you want to make sure this 7, 8, 9. You don't have any room to work with. You have no room for error, but you need to have your confidence and go after 7, 8, 9 so that you can get some outs. Get, soft grounder, something like that. But again, corners are pulled.
Antonopoulos put the ball in play his first time up, had a single.
Yep, stranded at
leading
third.
Off the second.
And it is the third baseman, Antonopoulos, at the plate. Bases loaded, breaking ball, and it missed, and Zach Casey says timeout.
Yeah.
Let's go talk to Baez.
And I think that this is a smart move. You have a situation where you need to be at your utmost confidence in Tony Savatelli coming over as well. You get some veteran leadership coming on the bump.
Indeed.
To have that conversation. Sometimes those conversations not as productive as you'd think, though, from personal experience. Not as productive. Get your rear end out of your butt and throw a strike. I've heard that one before.
I was
Got a
gonna
lot
say.
of coaching going on. Is that what you're saying? It's
Sometimes it's just to cut through the ice.
It's
That's
more
right.
of a directive of what to do.
As a freshman, that's what I heard my shortstop say to our freshman pitcher, and my mouth was agape.
A Hall of Famer, the 1-0. This one catches the top of the backstop.
The things
Foul
you
ball.
hear. I'm like, did she just say that to her?
She
It was
definitely
effective.
did.
It was effective.
Indeed.
Hall of Famer, Carrie Conway. You never know what she's going to say. You never, ever know.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here. Bases loaded. Baez in trouble here, but got the cut down at home plate just moments ago. Keep us at a 1-0 Central Catholic lead.
Baez cadence, very deliberate right now. He knows he's in a position where he does not have any room to make a mistake, being very...
Baez kicks and delivers the 1-1, and this one lifted out of play by Antonopoulos.
Still showing a lot of confidence in that curveball, though, Todd.
He's certainly not
Continues to
backing
use
off
it.
of it. The only thing I would say
Even
I've seen
with,
a little bit,
bases loaded, runner on third.
taking a little something off of it, maybe trying to steer it a little
Yes.
bit here in the early going.
He hasn't not been bouncing it, though, which is a good sign. Yeah, missing low, but not bouncing it up there.
Here comes the 1-2. It's a fastball plunked.
I think that was a foul
Antonopoulos.
ball. Foul ball, yeah.
Oh, they said it got the
Off the
bottom
nub.
of
got
the
him. That's
bat
gonna be a
for a
problem.
foul ball,
Got
and
on the.
disbelief for Antonopoulos.
Let's see how this conversation goes.
I think it hit the nub of the bat, then it got him, I think, on the forearm afterwards.
I've
showing-
made
this
that
is-
very same argument.
Yeah.
Let me just
This
tell
is,
you.
this
You
is
know.
my favorite, though, showing.
Yes.
He's showing you.
and I,
That's like the shoe polish. See the
It's
shoe
a,
polish
and it's a
on the
difficult.
ball?
I mean, Bill and Todd. It's a difficult call to make because you're having to go off sound.
But I was going to say, it was the sound that made
Yeah,
the
you're
call.
having to
Owen
go off sound.
Napolitano.
That's not ball on bone, although umpires are getting together on here.
Yeah,
That's-
Owen
that's
Napolitano, Napolitano, Dan Roy get together.
Yeah.
They leave it as it is as a foul ball, which is smart because if you're standing out almost 85 feet away, you're not going to be able to add
Right.
anything to the conversation. Coaching staff not happy about it. Lets the umpires know. And, of course, the conversation, you know how it went for me, Bill Thomas, when I went back for Game 3 the next day, was to tell me that the player had a fractured wrist. That's
Yes.
how that conversation
Yeah,
ended.
but it still doesn't
that
mean
I
it
should have
didn't hit the
known better.
bat
Oh,
first.
I agree. I made the same argument. But let me tell you, the Division I coach didn't care.
Was it bat then wrist or wrist then bat?
I was going to say, I had bat than wrist. They
Yeah.
disagreed. 1-2 missed outside check swing. They say no. Count level, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And I mean, it's not an enviable call to have to make. I mean, you're watching so many things, and you're having to go off of the sound. There's no way you're seeing it. Period. End of discussion from that vantage point. You don't see it. You hear it.
2-2 offering. Breaking ball called. Strike 3. And a head shake from Antonopoulos as he will take the walk back to the dugout. Third strikeout victim of the day. First one looking for Baez.
Now, let's be very candid. In the event that Leominster gets out of this inning without any more damage, the conversation between the third base coaching box coming by at the end of this inning is going to be a very interesting one because essentially Central Catholic thinking you're
Cost
taking
them-
run
cost them a run.
away from them.
Yeah,
Correct.
cost them a run right there.
Jeremy De La Cruz
first
comes to the
one in the
plate.
dirt.
Indeed, and it was dug out by Casey with the bases loaded and
Nice.
keeps it in front.
Nice job by Casey right there. Just commented how Baez has done a good job keeping it, the ball just down enough but not bouncing it. But Casey with his first opportunity to shine, and he did right there.
De La Cruz doubled back in the second and then was stranded. And here's the 1-0 from Baez. Breaking ball missed the outer half, and the count to 2-0. And De La Cruz ahead in the count here with the bases loaded and 2 outs here in the top of the third.
If you're Baez, you have to take advantage of the gift that you were just given, right, wrong, or indifferent. You have to go right at. You're at the bottom of the order. You were just given a gift. You need to get out of this inning.
And
Unequivocally, you
De
have
La
to.
Cruz is aggressive. He was first pitch swinging at his first at bat.
2-0. Fastball strike on the outer half. Count 2-1.
I think Baez just needs to pour that fastball in here and hope for the best right here.
Normandy at third, Savio at second. Rickenbach is at
That's a
first.
great
2
baseball
outs. 2 balls and a strike with 2 outs. Baez ready, kicks and delivers the 2-1. It is a fastball strike for strike number 2, outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You almost put that pitch in the unhittable category, low and away. Just catching that outside corner. See if Baez can come through with a third one in that same spot.
2-2 with 2 outs. Baez from the full windup. Breaking ball called strike 3, and it's back-to-back caught lookings to get out of a bases-loaded threat for Angel Baez.
Watch the conversation coming across the field. This could have some fireworks attached to it.
It could. No runs on 2 hits, 3 left on base, and the
There it
conversation does continue.
Watch.
As the coach from third base heads toward the dugout.
It's got a welt on his forearm, guys.
And that's going to be the
Welt on his
conversation.
forearm.
Yeah, it's physically impossible. I've heard this whole conversation before. It's impossible for it to happen. It couldn't possibly do it. He's got a welt.
There we go.
Yada,
Oh,
yada,
yeah,
yada.
there's
And
a
now
warning.
the warning comes to the third base coach to head back to
And
his
he's going to
dugout.
be gone.
And it
Well, I
certainly
hope
looks
not,
like that's
but
the
you're
direction
right.
it's going.
It's Go back to the dugout.
If he
Let's
gets,
play.
he's got to make sure he doesn't have another chirp. And
But
he
he's
does
got to
not.
walk across the diamond 4 more times today, and we'll have to see how that goes.
Indeed it does. Through 2.5 here at Doyle Field. It's Central Catholic 1, Leominster nothing. And coming to bat, top of the order. 1, 2, 3 due up for Leominster. This is high school baseball right here on RFM. To the bottom of the third we go here on RFM. Great to have you along with us. And it's back to the top of the order for Leominster, trailing 1-0. And right away, it's Alex Oquendo. Sends the bunt down the third baseline. It got wide of third, then started to hook back and was killed by Antonopoulos. Foul. And the count is 0-1.
And the high infield grass pushed that right back over across into foul territory. Perfect bunt, just caught that grass at the wrong spot and curved it right back out of play.
There goes the
Foul
element of
ball.
surprise.
I was going to say, now what do you do? Count 0-1. Bottom of the third inning, Leominster trailing 1-0.
Well, you hit
Oquendo got caught thinking on that one, and the count is 0-2.
Yeah, you pull the third baseman in a couple of steps and you hit it by him, but not now. Third baseman backs up even with the bag.
The 0-2 pitch, it's in the dirt. It's knocked down by Rickenbach.
Great name.
Indeed it is. Count is 1-2. Oh, it
Every
doesn't get
time
old.
you say it.
It is a baseball name of baseball names. There ain't no doubt about it. Bottom of the third. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rondu looks in at Rickenbach. And this one sends Oquendo out of the batter's box. Levels the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Oquendo grounded out to short in his first at-bat to open the bottom of the first. 2-2, he hits a flare out towards center field on the run. It's Bishop who will charge and make the catch for out number 1.
Oh, if you're Leominster's outfielders, you're probably saying, how come we can't get one of them?
The wind totally quiet, totally sits.
Right
Bishop,
at you.
boom, makes the
Yeah.
catch out of the air. Yeah.
I did notice Godin looked like he had pulled himself
I
in
agree.
4 or 5 steps after that last ball dropped in.
Well,
front of him.
Leominster's batters haven't
Oh.
proven that they've been able to get it out of the infield to date. So I'm not surprised. As the innings continue to go farther on, if you're not going to be challenged in the outfield, I'm taking a step in every inning.
I mean, the left field, the right field is definitely taking a chance. The wind's still blowing left to right, but you're right. Blue Devils haven't proven they can put anything out there.
Jake Richard fouls the first one off and then watches strike 2 knee-high outside. And the count is 0-2. Richard swung and missed for strikeout 1 in the first. Rondu's 0-2 pitch to Richard. Killed down in the dirt by Rickenbach, and the count is 1-2.
Richard with a couple nice plays over at first base today. See if he can't do something at the plate here. Keep his good day going.
He sets. Rondu comes with the kick and deliver. Misses upstairs. Count 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Good job working back here.
I've been impressed on both sides. I mean, I'm a short human, so I think everybody's tall, but the physical presence when you see these athletes up close, impressive. They're tall.
Richard goes with the 2-2 pitch and takes it out of the building.
It's a nice job spoiling that pitch there. Come back. Still got a 2-2 count.
Duals, 2 strikes, 1 out here. Bottom of the third, 1-0 the lead for Central Catholic. 2-2 and handcuffed him, lifted that out of play, and we'll get a third 2-2 offering to Richard.
Good job fighting that one off right there, in on his hands.
Umpire asking to be reloaded.
2-2 pitch, and Richard tags this one down the left field line and curving, and it is foul outside the line. A ride given on that one by Richard, and he'll see a fourth 2-2 pitch.
Not quite home run distance there, but it was going to be up on the fence if it had stayed fair. Nice poke, about 300 feet. Shortest way around, I think, to get out of Doyle Field, straight down the left field line.
It was a rope, though.
Indeed it was. A long and deep, best sweet spot contact we've seen today. Here's the 2-2, and cut on and missed. Second strikeout of the day for Richard. Third overall for Rondu on the bump.
Number 7.
And it's out number 2 as Nick Massa comes to the plate. Grounded out to short to end the threat in the first. 2 outs here. Leominster went in order 1-2-3 in the first, and on the verge of doing it again here in the third. Rondu, belt-high fastball over the middle. Count 0-1.
Rondu doing a nice job, especially in this inning, getting ahead of batters early. He's not messing around.
And right back at it. 0-1. Missed the outer frame. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, good point, Kate. Kind of an inning similar to his first inning when you were at 1-2-3 and run the plate with everything. Struggled in the second inning, but come back strong here in the third.
1-1 lifted by Massa out toward right. Dropping back on it is Norris. Textbook follow of the ball and makes the catch to end the threat. F9 to conclude the third.
That was easy.
Through 3, it's Central Catholic 1 and Leominster nothing. Leominster has stranded 3, and all of those base runners were in the second inning. They've also gone in order in the first third of their order, now on 2 consecutive half innings. Meanwhile, on the other side, Central Catholic has stranded 7, scoring just the 1 run. Central Catholic goes 9 top, 9-1-2 as we go to the top
and Todd Robbins,
of the
they
fourth
also have
inning.
7 hits to go with those 7 left on, so they are absolutely attacking Angel Baez right now. When Angel throws a strike, they are absolutely on top of it.
And Baez's day is done. Tyler Godin will take over on the bump when we continue. This is high school baseball here on RFM. Messed up the scorebook now, 3 lead here at Doyle Field as we go to the top of the 4th. It's Central Catholic 1 and Leominster nothing. Great to have you along with us here on RFM. The new pitcher is Tyler Godin for Leominster, and he sees a first pitch called strike.
Got to figure out what these kids look like. I can't see the numbers.
Will Norris, the right fielder, leads off. He grounded out to second base, back in the second against Baez. And the 0-1 misses upstairs from Godin. It is 1 ball and 1 strike to the right fielder, Norris. So here's what we've got. Godin now pitching, throwing to Casey. Baez moves to second base. Laura in right field and Aquendo in center. That's what we have from our vantage point.
That's what we're hoping.
As they 1-1 missed, and the count goes to 2-1.
Not often, though, that you see your
wholesale changes.
Your pitcher.
2-1 hit on the ground hard, and lay past Massa and into left center. It is a single to open Godin's day against Norris, and Norris is now 1 of 2 on the day.
I can confirm Laura is the right fielder.
So not bad. Not bad at all.
Well done, Bill Thomas.
To get that set.
Good job.
He was the one who saw it. I don't give you credit. Stop it.
Give everybody credit.
Think that you're going to get credit from me. You're out of your mind.
I thought it was 13, but I couldn't tell.
Out of your mind.
My, oh my,
Get
oh my.
credit from me.
Back to the top of the order here in the 4th. It's Kyle Bishop, the center fielder.
You know better than that.
He is 0 of 2 on the day. He grounded out to first base and struck out swinging in the second. Sees a first pitch ball from Godin.
Back.
And now Godin will check Norris back over to first. Gives us a chance to talk about Angel Baez's line as he now stands at second base. Baez, 3 innings pitched, allowed 7 hits, a run it was earned, 1 walk and 4 strikeouts, while throwing Bill Thomas something well over 75 pitches.
70 to 75. I had him at 74,
Back.
give or take a couple.
Another check back by Godin of Norris.
I put him well up over 70, and we'll let the mathematicians figure out his rest after that.
Just figure out how many days rest he has, and then you'll
It's
have
all-
a neighborhood.
All based on the numbers.
It's 4 days after 71 pitches. The 1-0, and this is ripped by Bishop into right field. Laura there, and the lefty makes the catch in right center field.
So I'm going to say ripped was a – I mean,
on a
it
line.
got out there.
The ball got out there in a hurry, but well played out there by Laura. Perfectly positioned, but he is playing a little bit deeper than we've seen. We saw Tyler playing when he was out there, and the right fielder for the Raiders also playing well in.
If you're a Blue Devil, you're just happy there was a hit to the outfield and that there was an out made.
A clean catch made.
To right field.
And it's certainly not a commentary relative to the defensive prowess of the outfielders. It's just every single hit has been falling.
And here's a line shot. Baez snares it out of the air. Check it first, and not in time on the play back. But Baez makes a nice play, ranging to his right.
He wanted that one, too. Nice play, though. That ball was headed for center field.
That was gorgeous.
Way to work out some stress if you are frustrated with the way your day went. This is one of the benefits of being a pitcher who plays the field. Get out there, get something positive going in your season, snare the line drive for the second out here in the top of the 4th.
And I think that kind of goes back to my speculation. He's probably going to be the designated hitter, if not playing defense.
Breaking ball from Godin, 1 hops Casey, and that will allow Norris to advance down to second base.
I'm sure they're going to find a way to keep Baez in the lineup every day. He's not just going to be waiting around on the bench to pitch.
Well, it's not like it's a collegiately long season. It's pretty truncated. You've got April, and you've got May, and then playoffs.
Indeed you do. And May is getting shorter and shorter with the Central Mass Athletic Directors Tournament and then the MIAA Tournament to follow.
Is Casey okay?
Indeed, he looks like he's okay as he takes that foul ball off the crown of the hockey-style helmet. Count to 1-1.
As I recall, we were still broadcasting baseball in July last year, weren't we?
No.
2 years ago. Bill Thomas delighted last season.
Billy.
All of our conversations
No.
today have been from 2 years
we
ago.
We finished up in Shrewsbury in
That's
June.
great, in June.
In June.
The 1-1 hops Casey, and this time center mass. He knocks it down, count to 2-1.
Don't worry, Todd had to have the same conversation with me. He's like, that was 2 years ago.
They all blend together. That was the year of rain. It seemed like it rained 2 weeks in a row. And we ended up playing through
got
the
a
4th of July.
conversation coming.
Pitching coach Ed Vowles is off the bench, and he's going to see Tyler Godin. And here comes head coach Rich Barnaby.
Coming out empty-handed, no baseballs or anything.
Just confirming, I think, his conference number. We wanted to make sure that was the first there. All good, everybody. So it's a 2-1 count to Kearney. Kearney singled and stranded both of his, singled and stranded in the first, single and then cut down in a great play by Baez to Casey in the third for the first out. So he's made it as far as third base, but singled both times he's come to the plate, and he has worked deep counts. This is 2 balls and a strike to Kearney.
Just me. My mom's talking into my microphone.
That's okay. 2 balls, 1 strike. And it's a fastball that misses inside, and it's 3 balls and a strike.
Can you turn my mic off for a second?
I sure can. 3-1, the count to Kearney. Godin looks in to Casey for the sign. Norris dances away from second. The kick from Godin, and it's a 1-hop ball 4, and that sends Kearney on down to first.
First base was open, so no harm in that, but being careful with the number 3 hitter right there, Godin is. But now I got to deal with the cleanup hitter.
And Normandy comes to the plate, got a double and a walk, stranded both times in his trips today. 2 outs here, and Normandy sends this one deep toward center field. Oquendo is on his horse, and he will make the catch in deep center field, over the shoulder style, and Normandy reels it in to end the threat in the top of the 4th.
Talk about getting all twisted up, but never took his eyes off it. Over the shoulder, falling down. What a way to end the inning.
Fly out 8 in the book will not look near as good as that catch made by Oquendo in reality. Through 3.5 here at Doyle Field, it's Central Catholic 1 and Leominster nothing. Blue Devils sorely need to get some offense moving. Through 3.5, Central Catholic 1, Leominster nothing, and more to come. This is high school baseball right here on RFM. A huge catch by Alex Oquendo in center field to end the threat in the 4th. Gotta be the spark that Leominster needs going here offensively in the bottom half of the 4th inning. 4, 5, 6 to up in the order. It's Savatelli, Baez, and Gosen. Baez got the only hit of the day thus far for Leominster through 3. And Savatelli sees a first pitch ball here in the 4th. The 1-0 sends Savatelli jackknifing out of the way, and it's 2-0, and they continue to pitch very carefully to Tony Savatelli. He had a 5-pitch walk in his first at-bat back in the 2nd.
This is part of the order. You really want some production.
The 2-0, Savatelli sends this one toward left center. Make the adjustment does Florence, moving to his left. Then forward he goes to make the catch for out number 1.
Decent contact, but right to the defender yet again. Leominster's been having that happen. If they've been making contact, generally it's going right to one of the defenders. That's not been the case for Central Catholic. Seemingly every time they've gotten their bat on the ball, they've been dumping in for a hit.
Brings Angel Baez to the plate. Baez has the lone hit, as I was saying moments ago, for Leominster, and then was stranded back in the second. Sees a first pitch strike from Rondo, knee high. Count 0-1.
And again, we've talked about it. Central Catholic pitching staff, they are not getting behind on batters. They are working from ahead.
0-1. Fastball deflected to our diamond side broadcast position. Count goes to 1-1.
You know, to your point, Kate, first inning, Rondo had a 14-pitch inning, struggled a little bit in the second, faced 6 batters, but only 21 pitches. Third inning, 1, 2, 3, 12-pitch inning.
The 1-1, Baez, knee-high inside. He jackknifed out of the way, but it's a knee-high strike.
This is multiple batters now for the Blue Devils who have done that jackknife move. So that ball must be moving, and it must be dancing right back into the zone every single time.
The 1-2 misses upstairs, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And so that's impressive stuff if you're able to get multiple batters doing that. If you're on deck or if you're a Leominster hitter, you need to be saying, I need to stay in there.
2-2 pitch, down, one hopped off the plate, the check swing. Base umpire Dan Roy says no swing, and it's a 3-2 count to Baez.
And not only that, if you stay in there and you don't jackknife, what's the worst that can happen? You get first base after you get hit by a pitch?
Exactly. 3-2 pitch, Baez pulls it foul. And another 3-2 offering coming here with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th inning. Leominster chasing 1. Central Catholic 1 and Leominster nothing here on RFM. Great to have you with us. Todd Robbins, Bill Thomas, Kate Robbins, opening day of spring season 2023. 3-2 pitch, second time around. Missed this time for Rondu. It's ball 4, and Baez trots on down to first.
You know, and that was only the third batter. Rondo's been full on. Second base on balls, I think, Todd. Is that what I'm seeing?
Had one
second. Had one in
Yes.
the second.
Excuse me, third. He had 2.
2 in the right.
in
Lead
the
off
second
in right.
inning.
Lead
Yeah.
off in the second, and then later on.
Savatelli and Swain, and then Baez was the third walk of the day. Brings Tom Gostin to the plate, had the beautiful sacrifice bunt to move Savatelli and Baez over back in the second inning, and he sees a first pitch ball. Rondu is definitely working right around the knees, just above the kneecap, just below the kneecap in the zone. The 1-0, this thigh-high strike
That
number 1.
That sounded like a strike. I heard that.
Indeed it was. 1-1 the count with 1 out here in the 4th.
Can't see anything on my screen, so.
Gostin. The check now over to first on Baez, who's diving back. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out to Gostin at the plate with Baez down at first, and Leominster looking to create 1.
Take a look at this defensive line alignment, though, in the outfield. You got people moving to the right quite a bit.
1-1, and Rickenbach catch and hold on the outside for strike 2, and the count's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Rickenbach doing a great job framing those pitches, not trying to jerk them around in the strike zone, but just letting the umpire call them.
The 1-2 to Gostin. Hit right back up the box. Backhand stab missed by the second baseman, Normandy.
Calling that an error?
Indeed, it is an error on the second baseman, Normandy, and Gostin will make his move to first. Baez continues to be down at second thanks to said error. And for Gostin, Kate, I'm going to score that fielder's choice with the E4 on Baez, getting to stay out there.
Conversation coming now from the dugout for Central Catholic. They're going to talk about it. Again, even though Central Catholic out hitting the Blue Devils, I believe it's 7-1 right now, they have left 9 runners on base. 9 runners Central Catholic has left on base. So even though they've seemingly on the offensive end had their way with Leominster, Leominster's been able to keep this to a 1-run game. And so you have to be very choosy, especially from the managerial end. You're coming into a part of the lineup which no one's necessarily been all that successful for Leominster, but not a lot of Ks, not a lot of strikeouts for Central Catholic in this part of the order. So you're going to have to be very careful, even though you're coming into that 7, 8, 9 area, it's going to be an interesting conversation.
And Bill, to Kate's point, I mean, Leominster at this point has only really had anything happening offensively in the bottom half of their order. And so at this point, you've got to imagine, given that the innings 1 and 3, nothing happened in the top third of your order, you got to strike now with 2 runners on here and just the one out in the bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, and you got to feel fortunate to only be down 1-0 with the struggles that Baez had the first 3 innings. So, yeah, time to strike.
Zach Casey sees a first pitch from Rondu for a strike in this at-bat. Casey reached on a fielder's choice and was stranded at second back in the second. Baez dances away from second, catches Rondu's eye, and Rondu sends this one skidding behind the back of Casey and all the way to the backstop. It's a wild pitch, and the runners will move up on the play, second and third now with 1 out, and Casey in a 1-1 count with just the 1 out.
Yeah, not sure what Rondo's throwing there. It wasn't a curve, looked like it might have been a slider or something, but only made it about 56, 57 feet. Took a wild hop past Rickenbach, and Leominster runners move up to second and third.
The 1-1 to Casey, line drive, and it will fall in for an RBI single.
Holding him.
First one is Baez in to score. Gosen around third, and Coach Barnaby throws on the brakes. 1 out here, bottom of the 4th, and we are tied on the RBI single from Zach Casey, scoring Baez.
Yeah, good job to throw on the brakes there too, but nice job of hitting there. Casey plating that run.
Now it's decision time. Runners on the corners right now. You've got your 8-batter up. Signs coming in from Coach Barnaby in the third base coaching box. He is known for playing small ball, especially in this type of situation. So you've got third baseman in. First baseman is keeping the runner on at first.
And Viola takes over at first. It's a fastball, strike 1 to Dom Swain. Swain worked a walk and was stranded at first. Back in the second.
No additional signals coming in from Barnaby.
No, but plenty of movement here in the infield, Kate. You're right. Maybe time to make something happen here.
The 0-1 becomes 0-2. Back-to-back strikes to Swain. And he's in the hole 0-2. And Rondo again continues at that kneecap as his aim point. The 0-2 pitch. This one hits Swain. It is a dead ball. And Swain, when the hit by pitch, will head down to first and load the bases for Leominster with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th.
You know, and you can call that a bad break because that cost Leominster a run right there. We'll have to see if that comes back to bite him, but that's going to be it for Rondo, Todd.
That's right.
And Rondo's day is over here in the 4th. 3 1/3 for Rondo, and that is all. His day is over. New pitcher when we continue. We are tied on opening day here at Doyle Field. It's Central Catholic 1, Leominster 1, with the threat and the bases loaded and 1 out. More to come. This high school baseball right here on RFM. New pitcher is Francisco Melendez. He was expected in relief of Rondo. The question was, when would it come? And it comes here with one out in the bottom of the fourth inning in a tie baseball game. So both starters today won't see themselves with a decision in part of this one.
A lot of runners left, though, for the starter to be in charge of.
Reese Laura at the plate, breaking ball. A little soft break for Melendez for strike number one.
Especially considering you saw how hard he was throwing during warm-ups. Interesting, going to keep the batters on their toes.
Takes a little something off of that one. Can close the book on Lucas Rondo. We'll have the line right after this.
Taking his time.
Here's the 0-1 from Melendez. That one he turned up the heat, missed upstairs, and the count goes to 1-1. For the moment, for Rondo, it's 3 1/3 pitched, 2 hits, 1 run. It is unearned, 4 walks and 3 strikeouts. All of the runners on base also belong to Rondo.
His cadence is deliberate.
Melendez is 1-1. Breaking ball for strike 2, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Laura. He was a strikeout victim, one of the 3 recorded by Rondo back in the second.
Melendez being very deliberate out there, Kate. Taking his time.
His cadence is deliberate.
And the 1-2 pitch, fastball missed. Counts 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Kate, the names just keep getting better as Francisco Melendez throws to Rickenbach. That's Brady Rickenbach at the plate. Now that's a baseball opening day battery right there.
So at what point do you call timeout, Kate, and you start you're saying, all right, I got to do something about this rhythm?
I mean, at this point, I mean, you got to be sitting there.
2-2 breaking ball. Laura, lifts this one towards center. Coming in and making the catch is Bishop in shallow center field that he almost airmails. Kearney, the first baseman, covering as the cutoff in the middle of the infield with the bases loaded. But once again, that's one of those benefits of having a 6'3" first baseman you can't overthrow.
Yeah, and good job out there by the center fielder, Bishop. Playing shallow and perfectly positioned for that soft fly ball.
Leominster's only had one batter that has proven that they can get it over their head. So I'm staying there until Tony Savatelli comes back up.
Back to the top of the order we go, and it's Alex Aquendo. He's 0 of 2 on the day. Grounded out to short, flew out to center in his last at-bat in the third, and now sees his first pitch from Melendez, a breaking ball at the heart of the plate for strike number 1.
Melendez's cadence, though, so deliberate. It almost is like freezing everybody. The umpire, his catcher, it's clearly freezing the batter as well. It is deliberate.
And he is an imposing presence standing out there on the rubber.
Chuck that ball.
Here's the 0-1. Fastball high, hit on the ground by Aquendo. The traffic moves past Normandy Fields on to first. 4-3 the putout. The inning and threats over.
Strand 3, though.
Leominster does strand 3 in this one, but the important note is it's 1 run on 1 hit, and it is 1 error with 3 left on. The important note is through 4. Leominster is on the board and even. It's Central Catholic 1 and Leominster 1. We'll do the totals and continue on to the top of the 5th inning. 5, 6, 7. Savio, Rickenbach, Antonopoulos due up for Central Catholic. More to come. This is high school baseball right here on RFM. Knotted into the top of the fifth we go. Savio, Rickenbach, Antonopoulos due up for the Raiders of Central Catholic in a 1-1 ball game. Central Catholic and Leominster. Opening day here at Doyle Field in Leominster. Tyler Godin continues on the mound for Leominster. And he starts Savio off with a ball. Count is 1-0. Third at bat for Savio. Struck out swinging. Singled and stranded in his second at bat. Checked his swing, but it's called a strike. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's jacket and hat weather, but it's beautiful.
It is a
Well, I
gorgeous
feel
day.
the sun on my back, but my hands are still cold.
Indeed, they are.
Time is out.
I'm glad here at the Diamond Side broadcast position we kept the roof open. I thought that was
I
a good
agree.
Yeah, I
call.
think
The
you're
extra
right.
sun.
Having the roof open today was a good call.
was a
I
good
agree.
call.
Two you or too much.
Here's the 1-1 to Savio, lifted high in the infield. Savatelli ranges over, Godin as well. Savatelli over, that's a fair ball! Savatelli not able to make the play and track this one. The white ball on a Chamber of Commerce blue sky day, and that falls in. It's E5, charged to Savatelli, and Savio is on at first.
Gonna have a
Did he ever
base
get
runner
his-
going to
You ever
to
get his
first.
glove on that, Todd? I tell you,
He did.
the wind just pushed that away from him
Big runner number
from
21,
third to
Connor
first.
McNamara.
Tough scoring decision over there in the booth, but I see you got to E up on the scoreboard, so we'll go with the official scorer.
Indeed, E5 was signaled, unfortunately,
That's
there.
a tough error today, though. High sky, wind blowing from third to first, and that ball just got
Daytime game.
pushed
Gotta have it, though,
closer to
guys.
the mound.
And
you
Kate's
gotta have
point
it.
is the one that I would go with. That's a gotta have it moment for your team.
No, I almost wanted. It looked like Tyler Godin was going to get that at first, and
I
then
think there was
he
a
overran
communication
it.
problem.
He ran by it, and he only had about 4 or 5 steps off the mound if he had tracked it.
And that's an opening day traffic problem
right,
there.
exactly
you
right.
don't hit a lot of
And the pitcher
situational
never-
fly
right.
balls there.
The pitcher never calls that usually, but usually you don't have an outfielder pitching too, so it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, but just a misplay in the infield there.
Rickenbach, first pitch strike from Godin. Rickenbach flew out to right field and then reached on a fielder's choice and stranded in the third. And the check once again as Godin is occupado with Savio over at first. An 0-1 count to Rickenbach, nobody out. Top of the fifth inning in a 1-1 game. We'll talk about mindset here after this pitch. Here's a breaking ball for strike 2, and the count goes to 0-2. And Kate, I'll put this one over to you.
Good.
You have the great offensive inning. You get things going. You get the run scored. You draw level, and then you come out in the first play that happens in the fifth when you're finally like you can exhale a little bit and get in the game. It's the error that keeps the inning going. That's sort of to me, it's got to be a little bit frustrating. Again, adding to that pile of things that you're like, what else can happen here on opening
Well,
day?
and opening day, you talk about opening day jitters. I mean, it's only going to essentially just not allow you to exhale. And essentially, it's going to keep you humble.
0-2 Godin breaking ball to the backstop, and that will allow Savio to scamper on the wild pitch to second base.
Unfortunately, the missteps continue.
And that ball just never came out of Godin's hand right there, stuck to his fingers about 3 feet outside.
Didn't think Bill Thomas had got enough ground balls during warm-ups.
Right at us.
Indeed.
I think we need a glove.
Godin on the 1-2 count, looking in at Rickenbach. And now Savio's got the great look from the middle of the field. Massa holding at the shortstop spot behind him. The 1-2 pitch, breaking ball, cut on and missed by Rickenbach.
Wicked breaking ball right there. Gets him for strike 3.
Indeed it was, and it's Godin's first strikeout since taking over for Baez in relief.
Good spot, though, after throwing that really, no other way to put it, bad breaking ball. He comes right back with it, though. Show him some confidence.
Indeed. Defensive foul ball there from Antonopoulos for strike number 1, and the count goes to 0-1 as he gets his first look at Godin. Antonopoulos singled and stranded in the second, then caught looking in the third on the maybe I was hit by a pitch, maybe I wasn't scenario. Godin checks Savio. Here's the 0-1 to the plate. Strike 2, the call.
Either way you slice it, he's looking to get on base and not happy with the umpire now down 0-2 in this count. So probably working on frustration and anger either way.
2 strikes Godin queued up on
He
Antonopoulos.
strikes out looking for some fireworks in that batter's box.
And now Antonopoulos has asked for time, and everybody steps out and resets with one out here in the top of the fifth.
What?
Tried to bring him some balls, maybe?
Yeah, I think a loose ball situation.
Said he wasn't gonna
Doesn't
bring
want it in the middle of the...
The 0-2 fastball called strike 3. And Antonopoulos head shaking continues. Back-to-back at-bats and looking. It's back-to-back strikeouts. One swinging, one looking for Godin.
And that's pure frustration right there. That's all that is. That's a carryover from his previous at-bat.
That was a lost at-bat, Kate, I think, because you're right.
Not
I
able to
think
shake it.
His head wasn't into that one.
Yep, not able to shake it off.
And the shortstop, De La Cruz, comes to the plate, and Godin quickly for ball number 1, up and away. Doubled and stranded in the second, and then caught looking in the third. His first look at Godin. This will be the last batter that has not yet had one opportunity to play Godin here since he took over in the fourth.
And that caught looking in the third was big because the bases were loaded at that time, Todd. Kate.
Indeed it was. The 1-0 pitch, breaking ball. Missed, count 2-0.
And you would think with Godin's performance right now that it would settle things down for the Blue Devils, but so many quirky things on defense and on offense continue to happen. You can't take a breath. The anxiety continues. Runner on second as well.
2-0 pitch, a hard fastball off the chest of the catcher, Casey, and he is unfazed. Says, give me another pill and let's keep playing. 2 balls and a strike with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning, a 1-1 ball game. Godin hangs the arm with the ball in his right hand, glove tucked underneath the left arm, now comes set at the navel. The 2-1. This one is pulled hard and well foul out of play. And De La Cruz evens his count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Over the bullpen, past the light tower.
And for anybody, also with opening day kind of cobwebs and yawn, runner's going to be off on that.
Indeed.
On that contact.
Standing around.
2 balls, 2 strikes,
No, he
2
did his
outs.
job. He was going.
Godin stares in at Casey. Would like to get out of here without any damage. 2-2, swung in the dirt. It is strike 3. The play down to first, in time to complete the strikeout, and the threat is neutralized through 4.5 here at Doyle Field. 3 straight strikeouts. Swinging, looking, swinging, gets Leominster out of trouble in the top of the 5th inning.
Another left on, though, for Central Catholic.
And for Central Catholic, that
That's
becomes, their 10th player left or stranded on base through 5 at-bats. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Godin becomes his 3 strikeouts thus far in this appearance, stranding just the 1. So it is no runs on no hits, the 1 error, and 1 left on. Through 4.5 here at Doyle Field. It's Central Catholic 1, Leominster 1, and more to come. This is high school baseball right here on RFM. 2-3-4. Richard Massa Savatelli up for Leominster here in the bottom of the 5th inning in a 1-1 ball game. A beautiful day here at Doyle Field in Leominster. What a day for opening day. And a great battle as expected, and great to start off our spring coverage here on RFM with this one. Melendez continues on the hill, and he one-hops this one down to Rickenbach for ball 1 to Richard, who has struck out swinging in both of his previous at-bats.
It smells so good. I can't even handle this anymore. I know we're not the foodathon, but I cannot handle it. It's so good.
It is an impressive smell always.
We always seem to be
Smell-o-vision.
downwind.
The 1-0, and Rickenbach pulls his head out, but was able to keep that one in front of him.
We need smell-o-vision.
And the count is 2-0.
One thing I have noticed, Todd, though, the flag is hanging limp, and the breeze has suddenly gone away.
Yeah, indeed. I'm telling you,
Feels
this
about
is
10
an
degrees
absolute
warmer.
10 of an
Absolutely.
opening day here at
I already
Doyle
said
Field.
it. You didn't say it. I already said it.
April 8th, 2023, Easter weekend. What a great way to spend a day here at Doyle Field. Melendez with the kick and deliver on the 2-0. Fastball strike, the count 2-1.
Melendez did a great job coming in, getting out of trouble, bailing Rondo out of bases loaded jam last inning. Got 2 quick outs to set the Blue Devils down. And how big is that hit by pitch that kept that run from scoring from third base?
Such a huge situation there. Could prove important down the stretch. The 2-1. Richard sees strike 2, and the count levels. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Richard gave one a really, really, really deep ride foul back in his last at bat, and that has been the lone thing that he can sort of hang his hat on offensively to this point. The 2 swinging strikeouts. Would like to snap out of that here on opening day.
Here's the one, friends.
I was
Pick
going to
back
say.
up. And it's changed directions a little.
It has.
On cue.
Swirling.
Melendez at the chin. Kicks the 2-2. Breaking ball. Missed as Richard lays off.
Good eye right there. He wanted it. He was leaning out there, but held those hands back.
3 balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff batter in the bottom of the 5th inning, Richard.
When picks up, good spot for Jake to get one up in the air here.
Melendez readies. The 3-2 pitch. Hit on the ground. Giving the charge on the slow roll is Normandy. Up with it, sends a dart to first, and cuts down Richard.
Nice play, bang, bang play at first base.
4-3 the putout as Normandy goes over to Kearney to cut down Richard. And that is the first out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And Nick Massa, the shortstop, comes to the plate. Grounded out to short in the first, flew out to right in the third in his 2 at-bats. Massa's second look at Melendez. Strike 1. 0-1 the count. And again, they continue to pound, does Central Catholic, that thigh to knee section of the zone. I mean, it is the part of the zone where as a batter, you got to go down to find it.
Good job pitching the spots.
Absolutely. They have found what they are looking for. Pitch in and pitch out.
This cadence is going to start becoming a problem. We got a lot of batters asking for
Well,
time
I tell
now.
you, Kate, that was kind of what I was wondering. I wonder if they talked about that when they got back in the dugout here. Let's disrupt the rhythm here.
It is
Cost us
slow.
a couple of runs.
The 0-1 pitch from Melendez. And this one lifted by Massa up and out of play.
NC2A have a pitch clock?
They do not.
Plus they got Melendez pitching out of the windup now too, Kate. You know, he was pitching out of the stretch when he came in relief there, I think, even though the bases were loaded last inning.
Wait time's a good thing in your classroom. It's not a great thing when you're a batter at the plate, I'll tell you that.
Not so much.
0-2 the count to Massa. Melendez ready at the chin. Peers over the glove, drops it to the waist, and the 0-2 pitch. Come on and missed.
Right down Broadway. Couldn't catch up to it.
And the top third of the order continues to struggle today. Top third of the order has accounted for 3 strikeouts today for Leominster, and they are a combined 0 of 9 here on opening day.
2 out. Scoreboard says just the 1.
And we got 2 outs here. Richard and Massa both retired. Tony Savatelli comes to the plate. Worked a walk in the second inning and then got cut down in a pickle at third base, and he swings at the first pitch he sees from Melendez. Skies this one in the infield. Melendez off the rubber and makes the catch for out number 3. 3 up and 3 down in the inning for Leominster. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on through 5 here at Doyle Field. We're still deadlocked. Leominster and Central Catholic tied at 1. More to come. This is high school baseball right here on RFM. Top of the 6th inning we go here on RFM. 9 top for Central Catholic. It's Norris Bishop Florence due up in the inning. They're coming off of a 5th where they were struck out 3 straight batters to neutralize their offensive inning. But meanwhile, on the other side, Bill Thomas, you were talking about it during the break. The efficiency of Melendez in dealing with the top half of the Leominster order was impressive.
I mean, even coming in with the bases loaded to get 2 quick outs there to shut down that rally, and then 1, 2, 3, got him for 18 pitches over the course of getting 5 outs. Pretty efficient, especially coming in such a tough situation, but then following up with a really strong inning once he had that inning to himself.
Godin's first pitch to Norris was ball 1, and now a fastball lofted up and out of play, and the count goes to 1-1.
Tyler Godin doing a good job in his own right here.
In relief, came in,
had a
steady.
five batter inning, but got out of it with no trouble, and a 4 batter inning, so 3rd inning of work here.
The 1-1 missed, and the count goes to 2-1. Here's the important number, Bill Thomas, that to me I think really stands out. Angel Baez allowed 7 hits in his 3 innings of work. As this 2-1 missed upstairs, count to 3-1. Since coming into the game in the 4th, just 1 hit surrendered by Godin, and that's an important number as he has certainly slowed the tide.
You do not want to lead off walk here, though.
Indeed you do not. 3-1 the count to the 9-hole hitter Norris, and there's ball 4, a 5-pitch walk.
Not what you wanted there, especially in that part of the order.
And so now you go to the top of the order, Kyle Bishop. Bishop's had 3 at-bats. He's 0 of 3. He grounded out to first base, struck out swinging in the 2nd, and then flew out to right field in the 4th. And now the lefty comes to the plate. And Godin will send Norris diving back over at first. Trying to keep him close.
They have tamales. They have tacos.
And we have fans running back and forth between
It says
our
welcome.
locations.
It says Kate, welcome.
Did you send for takeout?
The
Welcome,
bunt
Kate.
dropped down by Bishop. Out of his crouch, Casey wheels
Nice
and throws
play.
and cuts down the runner. Great play.
Close play there at first base. Nice job by Richards.
Left fielder
Now
number
the
3,
bunt
Josh
is successful in that it does move the runner,
It does. It is a sacrifice.
but
Oh, it was a
what a
great
beautiful-
bunt, but
what a
play,
great play.
Great play defensively,
yeah,
too.
beautiful. Let's say nice all around.
Absolutely. Everybody did what they were supposed to do on the play. So runners down at second, it's Norris. Got sacrificed over by Bishop and cut down on a great play by Casey. 2-3 the put out on that one. One out here in the top of the 6th inning in a 1-1 ball game.
That was pretty all around. I was happy with that offensively and defensively. Number one, you do your job on offense. You move that runner. Number two, beautiful play by Casey.
And what are we seeing? Sacrifice bunts, 2 for 2, 1 from each side today?
People are getting the bunt down. They must know Captain Killjoy over here. So the mean bunt ladies in attendance, you better get it down no matter what.
Not me. We'll call you Queen Bunt Lady.
That's
no,
right.
I'm the
Word
mean.
mean. You
No,
can
I'm
be
the
Queen
the
Bunt
mean
Lady.
the mean bunt lady, Captain Killjoy.
Count is 0-1 with
That's
one
me.
out here in the top of the 6th. And now this one lined up and out of play. Count 0-2 to Florence. Florence has had a busy line today. He singled and became the lone run scored back in the first, grounded out to second, and then lined out to second to Angel Baez back in the 4th, 1 of 3 in his previous at-bats, and now in the hole 0-2 with one out here in the top of the 6th inning.
Billy, I tell Patrick I'm Captain Killjoy as well. It's my nickname for my 8-month-old as well. Here's Captain Killjoy here to change my diaper again.
Check swing.
Did he go?
And they ring him up. It is a swinging strikeout on 3 straight pitches to Florence.
Base umpire a little slow with the trigger out there, but did ring him up.
First baseman number 8.
Thought about it, said, yep, went too far.
But I got to ask you, all kidding aside, Todd, how can the base umpire tell how far he swung standing behind the mound?
Well,
when
the middle of the
plate
diamond.
When the plate umpire can't tell standing behind the plate.
Now this
That's
is
a tough
this is
spot.
one of those things. You're
Tough
focused
spot.
as a plate umpire on the ball coming in, and you've got the catcher moving. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah,
as Kearney sees a
absolutely.
first pitch ball 1 in
I think
the
he got
dirt.
it right, but still,
Come on,
that's a tough
come on,
spot
Todd.
out
Keep
there.
bringing the rationale.
Tough
So now you
Well,
move
I
out.
knew he'd have a reason.
You move out to the field.
There'd
The
be a
tough part
reason.
is when you get in the middle of the diamond in these small, whether it's a one-man, two-man, a two-man or a three-man system where you're in the middle of the diamond as a base umpire, it's a lot harder angle-wise, but you can see more than you think. The
No, you can see more than we think.
Count goes to 2-0.
I just love how he justifies everything.
I know.
He's like, listen,
Oh,
everybody,
Hey,
listen.
I think umpires everywhere, baseball, softball. I never liked always going to the line. Like in this case, you're in the middle of the diamond. I understand that's difficult, but I would rather that because remember, it's not the bat over the front of the plate, which is always the thing that people use. The 2-0, this one down the pipe for strike 1. It's did the batter attempt to hit the ball? And in his opinion, he did.
he broke the plane.
Yeah, that's the one they always like to talk about, but nobody's following any planes.
What plane where?
I was going to say, did he miss a flight? Counts 2 balls and a strike. The 2-1 pitch, breaking ball, chopped foul by Kearney, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kearney's had a great day thus far. He is singled twice in the first and third, but he was stranded at third in the first and then cut down on his way to home in the third, then drew a walk and was stranded at first in the fourth, but he's been on base every single time he's come to bat. A 2-2 count to Kearney. Godin waits at the belt, looks at Norris, now the 2-2, and Kearney sends that one now foul outside of third base and out of play.
Hey, deuces are wild, huh?
Indeed they are again.
Love that. Such a great softball memory. Deuces are wild.
It's a story for another day. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 6th inning in a 1-1 game. Godin brings the ball. 2-2, sod foul outside of first base. And we'll try another 2-2 count coming up here.
It's quality at bat here right now, spoiling off that 2-strike pitch.
With 2 outs here and Norris standing down, he is potentially the 11th stranded batter for Central Catholic in this one. Godin checks Norris, brings the 2-2 to the plate. It one-hops Casey, and with the backhand, he's able to knock it down and keep it in front of the plate.
Well done there.
And we'll have a
Exactly
3-2
right.
pitch coming up.
He's
Exactly
had quite
right,
a
Kate.
game defensively.
He has. I mean, the only thing that's got by him is stuff that was not even in the batter's box, or a 55-footer. He's done a great job back there for the opening game.
More than a step and a dive away from his location, that's for sure. A 3-2 with 2 here in the top of the 6th inning in a tie ball game. Runner down at second. Payoff pitch, breaking ball, ripped foul outside of the right field line.
How to spoil.
And we'll have another
I love that.
on the way.
Giving parents around me a complex now. They haven't said it. I've said it.
Because they were all ready
Tis,
to.
tis my favorite.
It's the cue. It's like, wait, who's going to say it? Where's it going to come
my
from?
favorite.
Where's it going to come from? 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, tie game, top of the 6th inning, and Norris down at second. Kearney like to reach base once again today. Godin looks, 3-2 pitch again, ball high, and he's worked his 2nd straight walk.
Quality at bat there.
Second baseman number
Sure
5,
was. Kearney's had a great day at the plate.
Yeah, a couple foul balls to stay alive. He wanted to drive that runner in from second, but give Normandy a chance here.
Normandy got himself an RBI with a double in the 1st inning. Then walked and stranded at third in the 3rd, flew out to center in the 4th. Runners on 1st and 2nd for the Raiders. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning in a tie, 1-1 game. Godin wants Leominster back in the dugout and with the sticks. Breaking ball strike. Casey not able to reel it in, but it's right down the tube for strike 1. 0-1 to Normandy. Everybody checks the dugout. Coach Vowles relays the signals. Godin ready now. The 0-1. One hops Casey, digs it out. Norris for third, the throw down. Savatelli has to dive to keep that ball in the infield as it was well wide of third base, and Norris takes third.
Great job by Tony down there, keeping that ball from heading out down to the bullpen area.
It's one of the.
That was probably, that would have been 2 runs easily.
The run-saving play for sure.
Run-saving play, absolutely.
2 runners now in scoring position, 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs, and a 1-1 count to Normandy.
One of the few defensive missteps we've seen Casey make today.
1-1, too high, 2 balls and a strike.
Too high.
Works at the plate, not so much at the outfield, that's for sure. The outfield wall.
Who cares?
If you get, I was gonna say, if you get,
It's out of here.
if you get the Major League reference, that's an opening day movie if ever I've heard one.
Here comes the wind again.
Indeed, picking up. 2-1 pitch, ball outside, and Casey backhands it to keep it in front of him, 3-1.
First
Basically,
base
my
open.
entire broadcasting career is one movie cliche after the
Keep 'em coming.
That's about all I got.
I don't know the name of the guy in Bull Durham. He was an old-timey radio play-by-play type guy, and then obviously you've got Bob Euchre
Nothing
as
better.
Harry Doyle.
Magic League.
Kate Robbins, a proud graduate of the Harry Doyle Communications School.
That's right, I am.
The 3-1 pitch, breaking ball for strike 2.
And I've gone to Mecca. I've been to Milwaukee. I've gone to their stadium. We saw a game there.
We had Euchre seats.
We had Euchre seats.
3 balls, 2 strikes,
Does the guy
2 outs.
still slide down the slide into
He sure
the
does.
swimming pool of beer or
Yeah,
whatever it was?
It is Milwaukee, Billy.
It is
that's
Milwaukee.
It is Milwaukee.
Another.
It's actually quite a nice place.
It's a great ballpark.
It's a great.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
We had a fun day there.
We did. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top of the 6th inning, and a 1-1 game.
Help they were playing the Cubbies.
Normandy at the plate. The payoff pitch, breaking ball, and Normandy sends that one toward the apartments and out of play. Try another 3-2 pitch here.
Spoiler, nice curveball right there to stay alive.
Runners on 2nd and 3rd. 2 outs. 3-2 the count on Normandy. He had the RBI double for the lone run in Central Catholic's column. He'd like to add yet another. 3-2. Breaking ball from Godin. Called strike 3. Inning over.
Just caught the inside corner, and Normandy doesn't want to believe it, but that's out number 3.
And Tyler Godin pitches himself, and the Blue Devils out of trouble. 2 more stranded, a total of 12 stranded Raiders on the bases through 6 at-bats. It's no runs on no hits and no errors. 2 runners reached on walks. 2 left on base for a total of 12. 5.5 in the books here from Doyle Field. Leominster comes to the plate with 5, 6, 7. Baez, Gosen, and Casey due up. More to come. This is high school baseball opening day right here on RFL. Bottom of the 6th inning here on RFM on an opening day Saturday. What a great day here at Doyle Field in Leominster. A 1-1 game. Leominster and Central Catholic on the opening day of high school baseball, tied at 1. Looking to break out of this one. Angel Baez at the plate. Been the lone offensive bright spot for Leominster today, and he catches that one between the shoulder blades. He's on base once again. That's a hit-by pitch on the first pitch from Melendez here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
You know, we were just praising Melendez about his quick 5 batters, and comes out and first pitch gets away from him here in this bottom of the 6th inning. We'll have to see if this leads to a rally here for the Blue Devils.
Baez was Leominster's run scored. He reached on a walk in the 4th, stayed on base on an error, and then an RBI from Casey brought him home, and now he'll go eating some dirt as Melendez sends him diving back after hitting him with the opening pitch of the 6th. That brings Gosen to the plate, had the sac bunt back in the 2nd, and then reached and stranded on a fielder's choice in the 4th. Gosen, another bunt, pushes this one into the gap. It's fielded by Melendez, flipped on to first, but it moves Baez down.
Way to do your job. I like it.
2 for 2, Kate.
Oh, I'm a
Sacrifice bunts.
I'm a happy lady. I'm a happy lady.
And that is the first out here in the 6th.
Who's the catcher that gave you that nickname? Tyler?
The mean bunt lady? Yeah.
I think his first name was Tyler.
It was.
Todd's got it.
He was
It
a
was
catcher.
Tyler Smith.
Yeah.
That's it.
Now at Worcester State,
The mean bunt lady.
where
Tyler,
he
if
doesn't
you're
have to worry
watching-
about a mean bunt lady.
Don't worry, it's sticking around.
I'll take a drive.
Zach Casey comes to the plate. He had the RBI single for Leominster's run back in the fourth, driving home Baez, and another chance to do it with Baez in scoring position down at second. And this one, Melendez sends in on the chin. It's ball one.
Baez dancing around out there at second base, trying to create himself create a distraction out there.
Just
gets the second baseman moving around, the shortstop moving around behind him.
Just remember how precious you are standing out on second base, Angel.
Indeed.
Playing games about working a little hole out there, too.
Melendez, check, and check again. The 1-0 missed, and the count is 2-0.
See if Casey can't get some action here. The infield is moving around. Big hole between.
This one better be the
Short
most
and
pretty
third.
pitch you've ever seen.
Indeed, 2-0. Melendez has hit a batter in the inning on one pitch and now sent two to the plate. Time was called, and this one was going to miss for ball three, but Casey had of standing around.
Yeah, good job by Casey once again, working with that timing and the deliberateness that Melendez is trying to use out there to throw the batter off a little bit, and they're just putting it right back on him.
His wait time said get out of the batter's box. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Rickenbach sends signals out to Melendez, who looks at Baez, who's leaning back towards second, now dances off a little bit. Now Melendez delivers the 2-0, and it is fisted foul back to our diamond side broadcast position. Count to 2-1 on Casey.
Now the difficulty here with this cadence that Melendez is showing, there's nothing really to entice you to throw the ball with any efficiency. So you can kind of mess with the timing of the batters as much as you want.
2 balls and 1 strike to Casey. 1 out here. Bottom of the 6th inning in a 1-1 game. Melendez. Check and recheck. Kicks and delivers. Cut on and missed once again, and the count to 2-2.
You know, one thing Melendez does have to deal with is a base runner that could advance. You know, when he was in with the bases loaded, everybody was kind of jammed where they were, but just really had to concentrate on the batter. Now he's got multiple things to think about. Baez out there dancing around a little bit, getting a couple of looks.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Baez down at second. Melendez brings the 2-2 to the plate. Hit on the ground, back past the base umpire. 1 hop, knocked down with the bare hand by De La Cruz, and cuts down Casey at first. Great job by De La Cruz to keep his wits about him. Had the base umpire moving in front of him, knocked it down with the bare hand, picks up the loose ball, and throws a seed to Kearney to cut down Casey at first for out number 2.
Beautiful job not panicking there by the defender. Still have a long throw to make, but even that 90-foot base path in order to do it, but absolutely no panic on the part of the defense. Knock it down, keep it in front of you, make the play at first. You get the all-important out. Yes, does the base runner advance on that potential error and then throw? Yes, he does, but he's still just a base runner in scoring position, and now you have 2 outs, so a very nice defensive recovery there by Central Catholic.
Yeah, and a bad hop at the end there, and he didn't flinch away from it. You're right, no panic. Took his time, got the out at first, had a catcher running, might have been, in his favor a little bit, but Casey did a good job putting the ball in play, and, it gets Baez over to third. We'll have to see, a lot of ways that this run could score here, break this tie ball game.
And a big situation here from the new junior starter, the designated hitter, Dom Swain, has reached base in both of his previous at-bats. Back in the second, he drew a walk. In the fourth, got hit by a pitch, stranded at first in both occasions. Now, in a 1-1 game with Baez 90 feet away and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning, Swain's got a chance to put Leominster ahead. He's asking for time, and
every bat has been asking for time, Todd.
It's clearly been a point of emphasis.
You off, but
no, you're fine.
They might have heard us talking about it over here. But, almost every bat has been calling time against Melendez here this time around.
The wait time has grown excessive here, and if you get uncomfortable, you're feeling squirrely, it's time to jump. Melendez ready now at the belt. First pitch to Swain. Swain goes downstairs, cuts and misses, and the count is 0-1.
Part of the issue, however, is once you ask for time, the next pitch delivery is even longer because you're not getting time over and over and over again. And so you have to be, in my estimation, choosy about when you're asking for it because you're not going to get it on every pitch. And it puts Melendez in a situation he can wait even longer if he wants.
Melendez looks at Baez. The 0-1 to Swain. Upstairs missed. Count 1-1
Yeah, good point, Kate. I mean, you're not going to call timeout on every
and you're not going to get it.
Between every right, because the umpire is going to ignore you.
Yep, you're not going to get it.
You're not going to be ready.
So, I mean, you have to be choosy when you take advantage of it. And for the rest of your at-bat now, you're going to be in a situation where you might be off balance. You might be a little cagey up there. So you got to be choosy about when you do it.
Melendez staring at Baez, who's dancing down toward home. Here's the 1-1. Fouled straight to the backstop, and the count is 1-2. Swain wanted that one, and he missed it by a shade. Melendez did a good job climbing the ladder a little bit, and Swain got the bottom third of the ball.
In a hole right here, though, 1-2. He's got to be careful. Melendez has been showing a nice curveball, working that outside corner.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Swain with 2 outs, and Baez, the go-ahead run 90 feet away. Melendez ready now, pill in glove at the belt. The 1-2 pitch. Swain watches it high. 2-2 goes the count. Swain did a good job not chasing that one up the ladder.
That's what it looked like, a chase pitch right there, purpose pitch. See if he gets him looking up there again, or tries to feel. You know, he doesn't want to bounce that curveball, and you know that one curveball he's thrown in this at bat, he missed high.
Conversation going on between catcher and the umpire.
And now
Has
everybody
time
has
been
thrown
called?
out. Rickenbach stepped back looking at the umpire, and finally Melendez stepped off as they are now settled in. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th inning. Go ahead run at third and Swain at the 2-2 counts. Here's Melendez. Delivers a 2-2. Breaking ball. Called strike 3. He freezes Swain.
Swain knew it too. No argument.
6 complete here at historic Doyle Field on opening day. It's no runs on no hits on no errors, and Leominster strands 1. Baez got there on a hit by pitch. 6 complete. Leominster has stranded 7. Central Catholic has stranded 12. More to come. Somebody has got to push home a run as we go to the all-important 7th and final inning of regulation. It's 5, 6, 7 due up in the inning for the Raiders. That's Savio, Rickenbach, and Antonopoulos. More to come. High school baseball, RFM. To the top of the 7th we go here on RFM. New pitcher for Leominster. It's the senior, Ryan Garner. The lefty takes over against Jack Savio, the designated hitter, and first pitch from Garner is a ball 1, and the count is 1-0 here in the top of the 7th inning. Todd Robbins, Bill Thomas, Kate Robbins, and you. Great to have you with us on an opening day Saturday here at Doyle Field in a 1-1 game in the top of the 7th as Garner brings a first pitch strike, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Garner ready. Full wind up the 1-1, and it is a 1 hop in front of home plate and reeled in with the net by Casey, and the count is 2 balls and a strike.
Blue Devils dugout getting very active, urging Ryan on.
The 2-1 gets that one inside the belt of Savio, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Savio struck out swinging in the first, singled in the third, reached on an error in the fifth. In the third and fifth, stranded both times. 2-2 breaking ball, cut on and missed, and Gardner's got an opening batter strikeout.
Back-to-back breaking balls right there. Nice job. Great way to start by the reliever, Ryan Garner. First at-bat of the season. Big spot here. Top of the 7th, tie ball game. Nice little saucer curve he has there. Not a lot of breakdown, but that came right at that lefty batter and broke over the plate.
Rickenbach sees a first pitch ball, and the count is 1-0. Rickenbach flew out to right field, reached on a fielder's choice and stranded in the third, and struck out swinging in the fifth. One of the 5 strikeouts for Tyler Godin in relief, as that one got lifted somewhere.
You're safe.
I'm just going to be safe. Casey had no idea where the ball was.
Over the dugout, visitor's dugout.
You're good.
Rickenbach seemed like he knew where it was. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike.
You're fine.
I'm just leaning out of the way.
So I'm going to ask a dumb question. Is
There's no
Leominster
such
doing
thing.
closer by committee? As Garner also a starter?
Well, 1-1 breaking ball missed for Garner, and the count goes to 2-1.
I'll give everybody a little bit of work today. I'm not sure when their next game is.
Well, that's it. I would say it's the
here,
opening day.
There. Yeah, everybody's available.
2-1 called strike. Next game for Leominster on Tuesday. That's April the 11th at Oakmont at 3:30 in the afternoon.
And a tie ball game, you might need more than 1 inning out of your reliever here. Sometimes you see a closer come in this situation, but not today.
Rickenbach sends this one to the seats.
Not really sure who the Blue Devils closer is going to be this year. We've seen Baez in that role the last couple of years.
Right now,
we'll find out soon enough, maybe.
From a pitching standpoint, you've got to imagine it's going to be, if you're available and you can throw, you've got the possibility of taking the ball at some point here. Garner's 2-2, hit on the ground by Rickenbach. Savatelli cuts across, bobbled it away, and Massa could not back him up, and Rickenbach is on. It is another E5, second of the day, charged against Savatelli.
Warren Burner snuck under Savatelli's glove.
Kate, when you make that decision as the third baseman to cut across on the angle there, it's the right play. He had the better angle on the ball,
Absolutely.
but you got to make that play.
You have to, and it looked like he kind of reached his chin came up, the glove came up. You make that little bobble because you're looking to make sure you've got time as you're crossing across to make that throw to first. He had plenty of time. He just needed to field it cleanly and get the ball there, and that's gonna become costly in the 7th inning.
First pitch to a new batter, and this was Jake Bartlett in place of Antonopoulos, and sees one pitch, does Jake Bartlett, and flies out to right field for the second out here in the 7th.
And in a bat like that really hurts when you see that first pitch strike and you go after it. You make some fairly poor contact. It goes directly to it has outfield length, but nice and high can of corn for an outfielder to make that one. And now all of a sudden Central Catholic finds itself with 2 outs and a runner on.
Indeed, and it's Jeremy De La Cruz, the shortstop, doubled and stranded in the second. Caught looking and then caught swinging in the 5th.
If you're Leominster, this is the part of the order where you want to make some do some damage here and go right at the batters here with the 8 batter up.
Sees his first look from Garner. It's a strike one, swing and miss. Now Garner, the lefty, sends this one over, and it's a great job by Richard to stab that one out of the air. And Richard may have caught a piece of Rickenbach diving back in. He might have had to step on him to save it. Yeah, they're going to give Rickenbach a chance to peg leg that one off. I don't blame him.
Yep.
Tell you, Richard need every inch he got up there, plus that little extra he got stepping on the runner down there.
For the love of elevation on that one.
Rickenbach, but another great play, using his size down there to save a throwing error.
Garner ready now. The 0-1. Foul to the backstop by De La Cruz, and he's in the hole 0-2. The line on Tyler Godin, 3 innings pitched, 1 hit allowed, certainly stemmed the tide in the middle innings here. No runs, therefore none earned, 3 walks, surrendered, 5 strikeouts for Tyler Godin, including clearing the deck in the 5th. The 0-2 pitch from Garner. This one's lifted up and out of play. And another 0-2 pitch will be sent to De La Cruz.
Been a pretty efficient. I had him about for 48 pitches over his 3 innings. Didn't have any 1, 2, 3 innings, but he did what he had to. I think he faced 4 batters each inning and did what he needed to do.
0-2 pitch Garner, sweeping breaking ball to Savatelli. Makes the catch. Shoe top
Redeems
line
himself.
drive with the Redeemer.
Exactly.
And that is out number 3 to end the inning.
Another left on base, though.
Indeed, you can strand one more, a 13th stranded runner on the day for the Raiders. Through 6.5 here at Doyle Field. It's Central Catholic 1, Leominster 1. Bottom of the 7th inning. Can the Blue Devils walk it off? We'll find out when we continue. It's high school baseball here on RFM. Francisco Melendez continues on the hill for the Raiders of Central Catholic. Tied at 1. Leominster and Central Catholic through 6.5. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Blue Devils come to bat 9 top. Laura, Aquendo, and Richard and Bill Thomas, you said it as we went into the break. Typically, this would be like you'd be licking your chops, 9 top in the bottom of the 7th inning with the game on the line, you'd be like, absolutely, this is where you want to be. And hey, it's opening day, so you got to say you'd absolutely still feel that way. But today, top third of the order is 0 of 9 combined.
Yeah, and you talked about Reese Laura, the number 9 guy, possibly acting like a leadoff hitter later on in the game. You know how the 8-9 tends to come around, but he's 0 for 2 today. But, top of the order, Todd. 0 for 3,
9.
6,
9.
0 for 9.
And the 9 hitters 0 for 2, 0 for 11 from 9 to 3. So, they need to wake up right here.
If anybody does get on base, look for Coach Barnaby to manufacture. I don't think any of that top of the order is going to have the bat in their hand.
Melendez, first pitch, strike to Reese Laura. Struck out swinging in the 2nd, flew out to center field in the 4th in his previous 2 at-bats. This is only his 2nd look at Melendez. Melendez full windup here. The 0-1, fastball cut on and missed, and Laura just waves at it.
This top of the order kids just, they want to get up there and do something. The first 3 batters have had a silent day today, and like nothing better for Laura to get on so they can prove their worth.
Melendez, tall presence, peers out over the glove. 0-2 pitch, bounced in the dirt, dug out by Rickenbach. Count is 1-2.
Need a base runner here. Desperately.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Melendez peering again over the top of the glove. He's going to bring a 1-2 pitch to Laura. Down and away, backhanded by Rickenbach. Counts level, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Last few innings have been glacial.
They have certainly slowed the pace on this one.
Almost at
2 hours, 33 minutes and counting.
Yep. Hail, hail the pitch clock.
Didn't I just say earlier in the game we didn't need one here at high school baseball?
Guess what?
2-2 pitch, fastball, freezes Laura, and he goes to the dugout. First out in the inning, Melendez does the work himself.
Now batting number 1, Alex Oquendo.
Back to the top of the order we go for Leominster with 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th inning in a tie ball game. Oquendo grounded out to short, flew out to center, grounded out to second base. That's been his day thus far.
Hey, Ty, I've been really impressed by Francisco Melendez, Todd and Kate. He's been deliberate, he's been efficient, he's been around the plate, and struggled a little bit, but hasn't given up anything. He's only thrown a little over 30 pitches into his 4th inning now.
Missed that one a little high.
I swear the baseball strike someone eludes me. It's literally, I'm like, I just have to wait.
It's 12-6, Kate, no matter what happens.
If it's in the dirt,
cases.
I know it's a ball, but beyond that, your guess
the
is
compass
as good
here
as
goes north to south in most cases. The 1-0 pitch, called strike on the outside corner, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. And you can forgive Kate and I, who've spent most of our time in the world of
Softball
fast pitch softball, where the compass goes north, south, east, west. The ball moves in all directions. Pick your favorite
God
plane.
help me if Patrick plays baseball.
I sure
I'll be
hope
in
he
center
does.
field where you can't
Where you
hear
can
me.
find me. The 1-1 pitch misses outside.
You'll be in the Chad Garner seat?
No,
Absolutely.
I'll be in the Chad Garner seats for sure. Yep, that's where I'll be. Won't be able to handle
I know
it.
Chad's here somewhere. I don't see him. He's
I
hiding
saw he
somewhere.
took a walk
earlier.
He'll be
walk by.
a faint figure in the distance.
That's right.
Especially when
Look
his
for
sons are pitching.
Right, look for the foul pole. He's probably hiding behind
Look
it.
for a silhouette. That's what you're looking for. 2 balls and a strike to Oquendo. Fastball upstairs misses high, and it's 3 balls and a strike.
Oquendo's worked
To
his way
Oquendo.
back here.
Yes.
Melendez pitching very carefully here to the top half of the order, which has not impressed on opening day.
Oquendo needs to know how important it is that he work this at bat. He needs to get on base.
Got to be selective right here.
3-1 from Melendez is on the way. Down and away, it's ball 4. And Oquendo is on. Leominster has a base runner.
And
Talk
2 outs to
about-
play with.
You talked about manufacturing a run. What does Coach Barnaby do here, partners?
Considering
think?
he
Jake Richard has struck out swinging, and grounded out to second base.
bat,
Sounds like a good place for a bunt to me.
except the batter was not looking at the signals when they were being given
Oh.
first time. So
Always a challenge that maybe
I don't necessarily. I think he's going to let him hit.
he
I think
certainly
he gave
again,
him the. I think he gave him the hit signal.
the best contact that he had today was high, deep, and gone. It was foul, but it was high, deep, and gone. Got to look at that as part of the equation as well. Melendez, breaking ball, missed, and the straight steal, and Oquendo lands in a heap
Wow.
out at second base.
Like a barrel, he just flopped himself out there. He might have injured himself.
He wanted that badly,
He
and
didn't stop running until he got to the bag, and he just fell on it.
indeed,
It was at ball one on the pitch.
It
Yes,
was.
ball one. It was low.
But good job for Oquendo getting himself in scoring position out there.
and he chugged all the way on the delivery from Melendez.
And don't think that he might not take another shot at it here either. If he's not being paid attention
Our third
to.
baseman is well off the bag.
He's watching
Is
him
playing
go.
toward that shortstop gap because shortstop is pulling over to hold.
Win picking
Win
up there.
very much so. Here's the 1-0, and Richard thought about it, but it's down and away. 2-0 goes the count.
Richard getting in a position where he might get something he can handle here. See if Melendez has to take a little off here.
Chilly and the wind's picking up.
Just
I was gonna say.
kicking up, sure.
Heading toward our high of 50-plus degrees today, but the
Fire.
temperature feeling like it's winding down just a little with the increase of the winds. 2 balls and no strikes, 1 out here. Oquendo dancing, drawing the attention of De La Cruz at short. It's a fastball on the hands for strike 1. 2 balls and a strike to Richard.
Blue Devils all up and out of the dugout, cheering on.
Full-throated excitement here. Fans on the fences in all directions. 2 balls and 1 strike. Melendez from the stretch. Set at the belt now.
Holy cow.
The 2-1. Swinging bunt. This one rolls. Melendez off the mound makes the play. Long throw across the diamond. 1-3 the putout, but it moves the runner over. Oquendo is now 90 feet away as the game winner.
Score on anything here. Got to be heads up, ready to go. Anything in the dirt, anything on a weak throwback.
And Nick Massa comes to the plate. Grounded out to short, flew out to right, struck out swinging in his last at bat in the 5th. He's 0 of 3 on the day.
Melendez taking a little second with himself off the mound over there. He knows what he's got to do here is concentrate on the batter.
Oquendo is down at third with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th inning, and Leominster 90 feet away from a winner. Check swing, ball 1. That one in the dirt.
Oquendo got to be Johnny on the spot down there. Get a break on every pitch. You don't want to be asleep on the bag if something gets away.
How could you be asleep? It's a tie ball game, bottom 7. Wake up. If you're asleep, wake up.
Where have you been?
Where have you been?
Oquendo looking right into the eyes of Melendez here. Lefty-righty matchup. Righty-righty at the plate, excuse me. The 1-0, and it is a strike, framed nicely by Rickenbach.
I'm going to say it was outside.
They all look
1
outside.
ball and 1 strike.
I don't make friends very much when we come to these games. By the end, if everybody hates me, I've done a great job.
It's the role of the analyst here. That is for sure.
That was terrible.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th inning with a runner 90 feet away to win. Melendez kicks on the 1-1, and Massa sends this one high and toward the backstop. Rickenbach token chase and out of play, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes to Massa.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Feels like the temperature's dropped about 10 degrees in the last inning or 2.
Oquendo
Wins pitcher.
imploring his teammates to get up and get enthusiastic here.
Let's end it right here.
can end it with one swing, Ken Massa. Melendez, one pitch away from sending us to bonus baseball.
Bonus baseball on opening day.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 7th inning, and the winning run at third. The 1-2 breaking ball, caught on and missed. It's strike 3. And it is bonus baseball on opening day. Through 7 here at historic Doyle Field. All tied at 1. Central Catholic and Leominster. First game of the season. They'll play some more. Ryan Garner back on the hill for Leominster as we go to the 8th inning. It is the familiar 9 top for the Raiders. Norris, Bishop, and Florence. For Leominster, closing out the 7th. It is no runs on no hits, no errors. Strand 1. It is the 8th stranded player for Leominster today. Extra innings when we continue. It's high school baseball right here on RFM. To the top of the 8th inning we go. Extra innings in high school baseball. Opening day here on RFM. Let's play some more. And Norris leads off the 8th with a gap shot on the first pitch he sees from Garner into right center field. Running it down is Laura. He'll get it in, but it is a leadoff double in the 8th. For Will Norris, sees his first offering from Ryan Garner, and he takes it into right center to put himself in scoring position with a double.
Yeah, not wasting any time there. Line drive. No help with the wind. Didn't need it. Got it in the gap all the way to the fence.
Couldn't even bring the between inning score bug down. Didn't even have time.
I was going to say, first pitch, bang, and gone. And that's what you got to do. When you want it, you go get it. And Garner fakes him on back and sends Norris back. Norris, by the way, the line on him today, grounded out in the 2nd to second base. Single, and then advanced on a pass ball, stranded in the 4th. Walking stranded at 3rd in the 6th, and now a double to open up extra innings.
Not a bad job today.
No, a great day for the 9-hole hitter, Will Norris.
That's not bad for a 9-hole.
Back to the top of the order, it's Kyle Bishop, the center fielder. Waits on his first offering as he gets his first look at Ryan Garner. The lefty sends this one, and Baez has to make a diving stab to take that one out of the air as Norris goes diving back. Bishop, the center fielder, grounded out to first, struck out swinging in the 2nd, flew out to right field in the 9th, and had a sacrifice bunt cut down in the 6th.
Got to be careful out there.
Well, with the amount of runners left on by Central Catholic, most of these hitters have had a pretty decent day with so many people getting on base. Bunt is not down.
That is a bunt. First one of the day, Kate. And the first pitch he sees from Garner comes to our diamond side position. The count is now 0-1. And Kate, I just double-checked to make sure our number was right. That's 13 stranded Raiders.
Yes, it is.
That is a small country left on the base paths today on opening day.
Average of 2 an inning.
Yep.
That's
a whole lot.
A great job controlling the game by the Blue Devils, but
think about how many jams they've had to work out of.
Exactly. You think about the Raiders just haven't been able to come up with that timely hit when they needed it.
Garner leans in. The lefty's got his sign. And now they go with the pickoff play down at second, and the wheel slides over. Massa makes the catch and tag, sending Norris diving back. They are awfully occupied with the existence of Will Norris. Out at second base is Leominster. Only one pitch to Bishop in the last 3 minutes. Garner staring in for his sign. He's got it now. The 0-1, the bunt shown to the dirt, diving is Bishop.
I knew that one was a ball.
That
one
was
I got.
Most definitely. Count 1 ball, 1 strike.
That one I had. Didn't need to wait for a call on that one.
Over his head. It was a pretty easy pickup from our location, I would agree.
Crushing it.
1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out, top of the 8th inning. Norris down at second. The 1-1 pulled out of the way. It's a called strike on the pitch, and Bishop displeased, but the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Garner stuff must be nasty if that many people are being
flinching,
and even his catcher is struggling. His stuff must be nasty.
Especially lefty on lefty. He's got that sidearm kind of 3/4 slurve.
Tall,
right at the batter in the lefty batter's box.
A tall, imposing presence. You pointed out the 3/4 throw, Bill Thomas. It's the short. It's not the long fluid. It's a short elbow throw. The 1-2, caught on and missed, and he retires Bishop.
Quick pitch right there, too. Didn't look at second much. One quick look, it came to the plate.
Left fielder number 3, Josh.
Garner looking to do that probably again, looking for another K here, because anything that you get contact on as a batter is likely to move up a runner unless you hit something hard to the left side infield or outfield.
Second K of the day for Garner in his inning and a third of relief. Josh Florence comes to the plate. Sees his first pitch, a strike from Garner. His first time taking on the lefty. Florence is the lone run of the day. He singled in the first and was driven home on an RBI by Tyler Normandy back in the first. He's the only run Central Catholic has scored. Other than that, he grounded out to second, lined out to second, and struck out swinging in the 6th. Sees the 0-1 by. It's a ball, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Extra innings on opening day.
What a way to start.
Bonus baseball.
Start of our spring 2023 season here on RFM.
What was that?
Everyone decided to step off and start over again. It gives us an opportunity to talk about, obviously, more baseball action to come, but it's going to take a few weeks as Leominster has 7 straight road games before they come back home. We get some Monday Night Baseball coming in the month of May on back-to-back Mondays, so that's coming in the weeks ahead as Garner sends a sweeping slider for strike 2 to Florence. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. In between, we've got a sandwich of lacrosse. Lacrosse week coming up on April vacation. Girls and boys lacrosse action for you. Then some more lacrosse. 6 games on the schedule here in the spring thus far. More obviously ahead as the playoffs, postseason, some out of tournament, all that fun to come in the weeks ahead as well. 1-2 high, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And of course, it's such a busy day here, but hey, why not in extras? Let's also mention we've got more baseball coming up as we stretch the RFM season into the summer, thanks to a partnership with Post 151, Leominster Legion Baseball. We'll be right here on RFM for 3 to 4 games this summer, coming in the month of June. Line shot back up the middle on about a 3-hop, played waist high by Massa across the diamond. 6-3 the putout of Florence for out number 2, but more importantly, advances Will Norris to third base. So the go-ahead run 90 feet away with 2 outs
Coach
here
Fowl
in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, and pitching coach Fowles coming out, probably just talk about being careful here with that tying run on that winning run, potential winning run on third.
certainly
I like
the
how Billy
opportunity.
says careful.
Careful,
Careful.
very
Be
careful.
Gotta be careful.
And with the lefty
I could say
pitcher here,
careful.
that's true. With the,
Careful.
with the lefty pitcher Garner here, he's going to have his back to that runner, Norris, who's going to be behind him. So it could be
I
to
think-
his benefit.
I think you got to ignore the runner here. You just can't bounce one up here, and you got to get the batter.
And
The runner doesn't mean anything if you get the batter out at this point.
so some choices here as well. The batter Kearney
That was
at
an
the
adept.
plate.
That was astute, Bill Thomas. That was an astute remark. I liked
The
that.
runner doesn't get the guy out. The runner doesn't matter.
It really doesn't. The three-hole hitter
And I
Nate
wouldn't be
Kearney.
at all surprised if they didn't tell him, let's just get the batter.
Yeah,
You
Of
know?
course, you got
Get
2
the
outs.
batter.
that's good advice.
That's good advice, Bill Thomas.
Kearney's line thus far. He singled in, was stranded in the first, singled and cut down in the third at third base, and then back-to-back walks in the fourth and the sixth. He was stranded at first and second, respectively. And now he sees a fastball from Garner. For strike one, count is 0-1. This is his first matchup against the tall, lanky lefty.
You know, you joke about what the coach might say to the pitcher or, the players. And
0-1,
what better
check
thing to say
swing,
is you get
missed.
you get this guy out, and the guy on third doesn't matter.
You're absolutely right. I just love to give you a hard time.
Oh, I love it.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs in extra innings, top of the 8th.
See, the problem is you have too much knowledge, kid.
1-1 breaking ball,
I'm
that's
taking
strike
anything
2.
by
That's
you.
never been my problem, Bill Thomas. That has never ever been my. He's gonna get so mad. We gotta stop. Let him talk. That's the let me talk, friends.
Got a little traffic issue. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top of the 8th. The 1-2 pitch, and Garner goes upstairs and misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
How you doing, Todd?
I'm good. Norris stands at third base. He is the go-ahead run. He is 90 feet away. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top of the 8th. Garner, the 2-2. It is fouled up and out of play by Kearney, who has reached base every time he has come to the plate. 2 singles and 2 walks. That's his line thus far today.
And Norris has done everything except score. He's been stranded. He's been to third base twice. Got stranded at second.
One of the 13 stranded runners on the day. 2-2 breaking ball. It missed. Count goes to 3-2.
Tough take right there.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Go ahead run 90 feet away. Kearney stares out at Garner, and Garner back in at Casey. The payoff pitch misses the knees. It's ball 4. Runners at the corners with 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. And that brings Tyler Normandy to the plate. Double in an RBI. He has the lone RBI in that double back in the first inning. Was then subsequently stranded at second. Walked and stranded at third. Flew out to center. Caught looking in his most recent at bat in the 6th. The righty Normandy on the lefty Garner here. And it's strike 1 from Garner as he pours it in. Count is 0-1. Garner working from the stretch. Norris is at third behind him. The 0-1. Missed. Casey fakes Norris back to
indifference?
third. Yep. Defensive indifference moves Kearney up to second base. So 2 runners in scoring position with 2 outs. And a 1-1 count, importantly, at the batter at the plate, Normandy. Casey gets the signal from the dugout. Sends it out to Garner, who moves to the windup. 1-1. Strike 2. It's that slider again, Bill Thomas.
Yeah, nice pitch. Starts it out in the left-hand batter's box. Just kind of curves in at the last second. Comes in on a flat plane. Not a lot of, to 2-8 or it's more of a 6-3.
1-2 pitch.
Wow.
Line shot foul out of play. Went with that one.
Starts out there and then it just kind of comes in, dips down a little bit, but that pitch is almost unhittable. You'd like to give another one same spot.
I certainly wouldn't be hitting it.
Garner ready. He looks from his chin. A 1-2 with 2 outs. Breaking
There
ball
it is.
called strike 3, and Normandy not happy, but he's caught looking in back-to-back at-bats to retire the side. Leominster throws a 0 in the top of the 8th through 7.5 here at historic Doyle Field. We are still tied at 1. Central Catholic 1, Leominster 1. Extra innings on opening day. To the bottom of the 8th inning we go. 4, 5, 6 due up for Leominster. It's Savatelli, Baez, and Gosen, and more to come. This is high school baseball right here on RFM. To the bottom of the 8th inning we go here on RFM. 4, 5, 6 due up for Leominster. Savatelli, Baez, and Gosen. Closing the book on the 8th inning, top of for Central Catholic. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, strand 2 more. That is now 15 stranded runners on the day for the Raiders, and for Coach John Sexton, that is going to be a point of emphasis. You can get them on the bases. You need to bring them around at some point.
Yeah, I'm sure it's something they'll be talking about, not being able to get that key hit, but, they've done everything but score.
Yep.
Everything but score.
How do you have 1 run on 9 hits? 15
They had
left on.
7 hits through the first 3 innings of the game against Angel Baez. Since then, they've had 2, 1 in the 4th and 1 in the 8th. Speaks to the relief by Godin and Garner. And Melendez starts Tony Savatelli off with a little sweet chin music. That's ball 1. Savatelli walked and cut down in the 2nd, flew out to left, flew out to the pitcher in his last at-bat in the 5th. That was his lone appearance against Melendez.
And on the other side of the ledger, I got the Blue Devils for 8 left on base up to this point.
1-0, and Savatelli uppercuts that one over our head, not a play.
That swing looked like he was aiming for the track.
Now, he would like to end it and certainly has the ability to do it with 1 swing of the stick. 1 ball and 1 strike. Melendez ready on the hill. Here comes his 1-1 to Savatelli. Breaking ball swept and missed. 2 balls and a strike.
Melendez into his 5th inning of work here.
He has been the pitcher longest in the ballgame, but he has had the most economical innings, Bill Thomas.
He has. I mean, I've got him for 30, 40, 48 pitches in 4 2/3 innings up to this point.
And by my math, has allowed 1 hit. 2-1. And Savatelli rips this one foul outside of third base and off the fence. 2-2 goes the count.
Look to straighten that one out.
Now he's going to have to protect.
2 balls, 2 strikes. First batter for Leominster. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th inning in a 1-1 game.
Coach Barnaby needs to have multiple Blue Devils here in a single inning, have productive at-bats.
Melendez ready now. Stares down. Savatelli wants out, and he will get out with a timeout there. Melendez certainly is stretching the time between pitches here and making these batters just sit idle.
Now watch how long this one's going to take to deliver. You call for time. Look how long he waits on this one.
You know, and you commented multiple batters need to have a good inning. This is the part of the order that has had a decent game, Kate. 4-8, where we're at right now.
The 2-2 from Melendez. Breaking ball is in the dirt to Savatelli, and the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Tony worked a walk his first time up.
Walks as good as a hit. Another cliche for you, Bill Thomas.
I was going to say, and
Walks as good
actually
as a
at this
hit.
point, create some opportunities. Baez certainly has had a great day in the 5-hole. Melendez ready. A 3-2 pitch to Savatelli, who lifts this one up and out of play.
Right now,
Plinkoing through the trees.
looking to spoil till you can get on base.
And certainly from Melendez's perspective here, he's not going to give Savatelli something to attack.
No.
If you're going to do it, you're going to have to do it on his pitch. Melendez is ready at the belt. No, not quite ready. Now he's got what he wants.
Oh, you just jinxed it.
And now we'll think about it a little more. Here comes a second 3-2 pitch. Up and in. Savatelli gets out of the way. It's ball 4. And Leominster has a leadoff base runner here in the bottom of the 8th.
And we'll put that into the category of that was a great at-bat leading off this game, bottom of the 8th, extra innings, and very patient right there by Savatelli.
I think we're going to manufacture something.
I do believe
think
so.
we're going to need to manufacture something.
Angel Baez has had a great day with the stick. A single and stranded at third in the 2nd. A walk and a run scored in the 4th. And hit by a pitch and stranded at third in the 6th.
Where do you go with this, Kate? You give up and out?
Absolutely.
Ball up, and Savatelli charges on back. It's a 1-0 count to Baez. Savatelli certainly looks like he is in great physical condition, but fleet of foot he is likely not.
And I don't want to
Takes one to know one.
Takes one to know one for sure.
I don't want to take the bat out of his hands, Todd and Kate.
Baez has had the best day offensively.
Exactly right, and I think I want to put Savatelli in motion here.
Adept and astute, considering he's already taken a pitch.
And here's the 1-0 fastball, belt high, strike
But
one.
he's not showing any inclination to bunt, so I'm
That's
not
what I
really
mean.
sure why Tony's not standing on second base right now.
Oh.
1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out, bottom of the 8th inning. Winning run is Savatelli over at first.
Sometimes, Bill Thomas, there are just people you don't want to see chugging to second base.
Don't we have a courtesy runner sitting over there on the bench?
Nope.
Or
1-1. You go a straight pinch runner there. This one's pulled up and out of play. Antonopoulos gave chase.
in the crowd.
Count is 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Time to protect.
And Baez will stand in a 1-2 count with nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th and Savatelli down at first in a 1-1 ball game. Baez doing a nice job to keep moving in there. He's not going to settle, even if he's got to wait forever for Melendez. The 1-2 breaking ball. Baez lifts it towards center field. Bishop calling for it all day long, and Bishop takes charge and makes the catch. And that is out number 1 here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Tommy Gosson.
And that brings Gosson to the plate.
And now you got yourself an out. Didn't take advantage of trying to get the bunt down, move that runner. So now what do you do?
Well, Gosson's had a great
I
day.
understand not taking the bat out of Baez's hands because he has been the lone bright spot for the Blue Devils. But now you put yourself in a situation.
Especially when he's backed up by Gosson, who has had 2 sack bunts today. and then reached on a fielder's choice. The dive back for Savatelli.
And Tony dancing down there. Last thing you want to do is leave your feet and get caught bouncing in the wrong direction.
Well, hopefully it was a learning experience.
He almost got caught.
The board is showing
Yeah.
2 outs. That is incorrect, right? We've only got the 1 according to
One
my
out.
scorebook. Correct,
That's
1
right.
out.
Third batter of the inning.
Yep, 1 out.
Melendez checks Savatelli, now the pitch. Gussin goes with this one.
Oh.
Leaping catch made. Throwback on Savatelli is dug out by Kearney, but Normandy elevates to make the catch for out number 2.
They had Savatelli dead to
They did
rights.
a good throw. Good throw. He would have been out.
They
You're
had
right, Kate.
him dead to rights.
Catcher number 2.
Savatelli still at first. Leominster still with a pulse here in the bottom of the 8th. Tied at 1. Now 2 outs, and Zach Casey comes to the plate. Reached and stranded on a fielder's choice in the 2nd. Singled in an RBI in the 4th. Grounded out to short in the 6th.
Put the ball in play 3 times here. See if he can't go 4 for 4 and find a hole.
2 outs, bottom of the 8th. Savatelli the winning run at first. The pitch from Melendez. Savatelli goes, swing and miss from Casey. Savatelli dives in at second, and the play out there, Normandy not able to play the ball from Rickenbach. It hit him on the glove and then rolled away, and so Savatelli has got himself a stolen base.
I think he might have been out. He looked like he slid a little early. There's Velcro out there. Let me just clarify. I said not go 4 for 4, but put the ball in play 4 times here and see if we can't get some action. Be nice if he could have a 4 for 4 day. But let's just get the ball in play. Winning run at second base.
And a strike was called on Casey at the plate. The count is 0-1 with 2 outs. Savatelli the winning run at second. Melendez stares at him. Savatelli is not being held. Now the time asked for. Casey wants out of the box as Melendez was preoccupied with what was going on out at second. Saw De La Cruz thinking about maybe sneaking in on the backside of Savatelli. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, bottom of the 8th inning. Savatelli feinting in either direction. Keep Melendez thinking. De La Cruz sneaking in the door. The 0-1 from Melendez to the plate. Ball down. Count 1 ball, 1 strike. And Melendez goes for a little walk, now settles back in the stretch. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Savatelli, the big lead out at second base. De La Cruz walks over. It creates a hole if Casey can get a piece of it. Here's the 1-1 from Melendez. Breaking ball. Casey was ducking, dodging, bobbing, and weaving, and that one missed the zone. 2 balls and a strike.
Certainly looked like it was going to break over the plate, but Casey was having no part of that pitch.
And Rickenbach looks at the plate umpire for an explanation and now drops back into his crouch. 2 balls and a strike. To say that Central Catholic has struggled with the officiating today would be kind. Gotta say, though, from my perspective, having a great opening day. 2-1. Fastball high. That is an aborted swing for strike 2.
Couldn't hold up, but I think that was probably going to be a called strike anyways at the letters.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Winning run is at second base. Can Melendez work his way out of trouble again? Stares at the signs from Rickenbach. Melendez looks out at Savatelli. Now to the plate. 2-2 pitch is a ball outside as Rickenbach has to step out of the crouch to get it. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Why not?
Payoff pitch coming up.
Indeed. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Winning run is at second base. Bottom of the 8th inning. 1-1 our score for the moment. Casey looks very calm. Now settles in. Melendez staring at Savatelli from the rubber. 3-2 to the plate. Fouled to the backstop. We'll try it again.
Pitch count starting to mount up for Melendez.
He's certainly on the looking at the 4 days rest there, Bill Thomas, despite the economical innings.
Yeah, I've got him at 48 plus this inning. He's got about 15. He's approaching 70.
You got to get Billy a little clicker.
That's all you were here.
Yeah, never mind. That might hurt you.
3-2 pitch. Breaking ball 4 as the Raiders went running out to celebrate.
Thought they had it.
The coaching staff now comes walking out to stare, and it is ball 4. The bottom of the 8th continues. Walk worked there by Casey.
I knew this was going to there's a visit to the mound with some looking over at home plate. I kind of knew that was going to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if he stays out there until the umpire comes out.
Come out to break it up.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can almost call that
Absolutely.
one right out of the playbook.
No,
I've bought tickets to this movie. I've even got the T-shirt to go with it. I've been here
they're
before.
gonna
a
make
couple
pitching
possible
change.
endings here to this.
Indeed there are, and it is going to be the end of the day for Francisco Melendez, who threw a phenomenal 5 innings of relief, and he wanted to
not
finish this
happy.
one. But he is not going to be able to do it,
To say he's less than pleased.
I would say. Let's see how they
Couple
make
of
the
look,
adjustments here. We were told to expect Josh Florence possibly in relief for the Raiders after Melendez, and that's what it looks like it will be. Josh Florence to the hill when we continue. Extra innings, more to come. It's high school baseball right here on RFM. Josh Florence takes over on the hill as we continue with 2 outs here in the 8th. And Dom Swain comes to the plate for Leominster. A walk, a hit by a pitch, and caught looking in the 6th. And a chance to be a hero with this one.
Sorry.
You're okay. And that's a ball outside from Florence. Count 1-1 to Dom Swain.
Sorry, everybody.
It's all right. We had you. 1 ball, 1 strike to Swain. Leominster also with a pinch runner out there. Looks like Alex Coco has taken over for Savatelli at second. The 1-1, and Swain waves at that one. Count 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Trying to see who's in left field now, Ty. I think it might be 20, Alex. Ionessa.
Ionessa, yep.
Yeah, I think, but I Guess we're going to have to stop bringing the binoculars.
Swain hits this one on the ground. Trotting over for it, Normandy lets the traffic go by. Up with it, 4-3 the putout. And baseball continues. 8 complete here at historic Doyle Field. We're still tied at 1. It's Central Catholic 1 and Leominster 1 through 8. To the top of the 9th we go. 5, 6, 7. Savio, Rickenbach, and Antonopolis due up at the plate. For the Raiders, more to come. High school baseball right here on RFM. To the top of the 9th we go. And Jack Savio starts things off, the designated hitter in the 5-hole. Rickenbach is on deck, and Antonopolis is due up, having re-entered in the 7th position. That is the plan right now for Central Catholic. They continue to face Ryan Garner. And there's a strike. Count 1 ball and 1 strike to Savio. The 1-1. Slider lifted up and out of play. A 1-2 count to Savio. What a way to start on opening day. Here comes Garner. 1-2 pitch. And this was lifted deep. Savio got a hold of this one. Oquendo is going way back to play it. And with his back against the fence, he will make the catch.
Heck of a play out there.
Indeed it was.
That's going to be about 400 feet. Takes a poke and a half to get it out there. He thought the wind might have helped it get it out into the football field area, but stayed in play.
Got a great piece of that one, did Savio. That was high and deep, and I'm actually going to correct it. I think Laura actually made the catch.
I think
out there. He slid over, so fly out 9.
The right fielder made that, yeah.
So that was Laura. Oquendo backing up. Now this one, first pitch swinging for Rickenbach. Right at Oquendo, and he'll just stand there and make the catch for out number 2.
Never moved.
4 pitches and 2 outs for Garner here in the 9th.
Do we have a quick inning here by any chance?
Oh, then way to jinx it. You keep that to yourself until it happens.
Can we have a quick inning here?
Billy Thomas. Billy Thomas.
And so that brings Charlie Antonopoulos to the plate. Antonopoulos was pinch hit for back in the 7th, re-entered, and is now his line, 2 caught lookings, and a single and stranded in the 2nd. That's his situation. And now he sees a first pitch ball, having had a chance to clear his head after those 2 previous at-bats. The 1-0 Garner sweeps a strike in there, catching the edge.
Difficult way, though, to open the season for a coaching staff relative to your bullpen. How many innings? Basically, game 1, everything gets just blown right up.
The 1-1, and that one called strike 2. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count to Antonopoulos.
Hopefully both teams will have a couple of days to regroup here.
Lots of people on 4 days rest. Here comes the 1-2, missed up and in. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes goes the count from Garner to Antonopoulos.
Ryan not wasting any time. I think he's got dinner reservations.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's ready to go. Here comes the 2-2. Breaking ball, hit on the ground. Garner fields his position. Up with it, on to first. 1-3 the putout. And a neat and clean sheet.
And you know what that is, Todd?
Another inning of relief
So
for
1,
Garner.
2, 3
The
inning.
first
1, 2, 3
the
inning.
first 1-2-3 inning that the Blue Devils
I thought for
have,
sure you were going to jinx it, Bill Thomas.
No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on. 8.5 in the books here at historic Doyle Field. We go to the bottom of the 9th, still tied at 1. It's Central Catholic 1, Leominster 1 on opening day in extra innings for Leominster. It's another familiar song, 9 top. Laura, Aquendo, and Richard do up in the bottom of the 9th. A break and we're back with more high school baseball right here on RFM. To the bottom of the 9th we go. Leominster looking to walk this one off. Josh Florence continues on the hill. His 1/3 inning of relief to close out the 8th. And now a first pitch ball to Reese Laura here in the bottom of the 9th. Laura struck out swinging back in the 2nd. Flew out to center in the 4th. Caught looking in the 7th. And he looks at that one for strike 1. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. And the 1-1 immediately into the glove. And it's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes, and Florence coming again. 1-2 pitch. That one made it 59 feet before hitting Rickenbach low. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Florence works nice and efficiently.
I was just going to say, what a contrast
Yes.
between Melendez and Florence. Melendez, looked like he was working on a tan. Florence, I think, has dinner reservations with Garner.
Bing, bang, boom. The 2-2 pitch. Florence, that one's down. Rickenbach swats it into the dirt, and the count runs to 3 balls and 2 strikes.
A couple of good at-bats here, even though Reese doesn't have anything to show for. I've seen a lot of pitches today.
The 3-2 pitch. Misses low, and Laura has drawn a walk to open the bottom of the 9th.
This sounds like familiar music.
Indeed it does.
Does it not?
And it is the 4th straight inning where Leominster has had the leadoff batter on. Baez in the 6th. Aquendo in the 7th.
Now batting from Leominster, number
Savatelli in the 8th. And now Laura in the 9th.
The last 3 innings based on balls.
Yes.
And got nothing out of it. You know, Savatelli hung around at first base way too long, in my opinion.
I'd like to see a bunt here.
I'd like to see a straight steal.
I'd like to see
I'm all done giving up outs.
Back to the top of the order. It's Oquendo. Drew walking his last at bat in the 7th. He shows bunt, pulls back. Laura heads back to first base.
And Antonopoulos came in, I think, to shake his hand prior to that at bat.
I was going to say, he's not going to get beat in front of him.
He is not.
Florence sends Laura diving back.
They were eyeball to eyeball there.
Oquendo reached base for the first time back in the 7th, drawing the walk. Grounded out in the 1st to short. Grounded out to 2nd in the 4th. Flew out to center in the 3rd. He has gone all over the map here and now sees a called strike, and it's count 1 ball and 1 strike to Oquendo. The 1-1. Oquendo shows bunt.
No.
Got underneath this one. Lifted into foul territory. And he is going to get another chance. That one falls between a charging Rickenbach and Kearney from first base. And it is a foul ball and strike 2.
Alex, I'd like you to meet Kate.
Who says simply,
Get the bunt down.
that's what I thought. We were due for our first get the bunt down of the season, and we got it in extra innings on opening day.
Get the bunt down.
Steal the base.
Now he's got 2 strikes.
Yep, 1 ball, 2 strikes to Oquendo. Laura on at first. He represents the winning run. The 1-2 pitch. And Oquendo launches this one on a frozen rope to left and snared out of the air by Alexander Ionessa, who took over on the pitching change and shuffle out there in left field. And that is out number 1 here in the 9th.
First baseman number 4, Jake Richard.
Steal the base.
Get the bunt down.
And the debate continues between Billy and Kate over how to get a runner to second. And here comes Jake Richard to the plate. And he sees a nifty breaking ball for strike 1. And the count goes
Nobody
to
agrees with either.
0-1. Oh, they're at home making their choices there. There's the 0-1. And this is a fastball missed in on the knees. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Richard struck out swinging twice, grounded out to second, grounded out to the pitcher in his last at bat in the 7th.
Instant Facebook vote. Let's see what they say. Bunt to steal.
Bill Thomas is running a Facebook poll. The 1-1, and Richard launches this one deep to center field. Giving chase and trotting back is Bishop. It's deep and not deep enough. That's a fly out to center field for out number 2.
Wind held that one up a little bit, but Richard's perfectly positioned out there.
Shortstop number 7, Nick Massa.
And timeout granted as Florence ties a shoe. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th inning. 2 innings into extras. Nick Massa, the shortstop, comes to the plate. Grounded out to short. Flew out to right. Back-to-back swinging strikeouts in the 5th and 7th. And he sees a ball down and in. The count is 1-0 to the shortstop, Massa. The winning run is Laura. He is over at first base here in the bottom of the 9th.
Central Catholic parents having coronaries over here with the pitch call.
With every single
Every
pitch.
single
It is mid-season fandom. That is for darn sure.
They're being very
You see more
appropriate.
people sneaking behind the backstop just to check it out every so
They're
often
being very
also.
appropriate about it, but they're
Hey, this is a huge game
Struggling.
for both teams this early in the season. Massive implications, statewide playoffs, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, it doesn't look like that game 1 of 20.
But long-term.
long-term, this has got huge implications.
Absolutely.
The 0-1 popped up and out of play by Massa, and it's a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Because remember, win differential, that's probably not going to matter. You know, the amount you win by. Somebody's going to win by 1 likely here. So likely not the concern there. But now you're talking about a situation where it's, opponent rating, 1-1, wide of first foul. Kearney kills it there. Count goes to 1-2 to Massa. So today, seemingly it's just opening day. It's exciting. It's the first game. But I'll tell you, 18 games down the road, this could have huge implications.
Very well could. Every game's important. Not just to get to 10, but to position yourself for, some home games and to work yourself deep into the playoffs.
The 1-2 pitch, ball backhanded. Rickenbach snaps it down. He wanted to take Laura himself. A nice play by Kearney to bring it up off the dust.
Yeah, Lawyer almost got caught napping down there. Nice pick, though, by the catcher here. And come up firing, Rickenbach. He's played a great game back there behind the plate.
Indeed he has. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th, winning run at first base. Here's the 2-2 to Massa. In the dirt. Count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Arnold will be going, Billy.
Well, it's about time.
It's the first time all game we've had it happen.
That's situational, as many people have been on base. You're right. As
I
far
think it
as
might have been the second time it's happened all game.
getting a jump on the pitch, 2 outs, 3-2 pitch. Probably the one situation
Florence
we haven't seen.
gets his sign, got what he wanted, and then threw a pickoff over to check Laura back in with Kearney.
I swear sometimes those are just so that parents have to do laundry. Make sure that you're.
And Florence waits, throws.
Right on the hip.
Yeah, that one I
Close
thought
one.
almost went wide. And I wasn't the only one. Will Norris out there in right field thought about charging toward the fence because he wasn't sure Kearney had brought that one up. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th inning. Winning run is at first base. Josh Florence in his 2nd inning of relief. Ready now. The 3-2 pitch. Caught on and missed. Inning over.
And he has something to say to the Blue Devils dugout on top of it.
Indeed, he does. Through 9 here at historic Doyle Field. We're still tied at Central Catholic 1, Leominster 1. Central Catholic on the line score. They scored in the 1st inning. Leominster scored in the 4th. So if you're scoring along with us, that was 8 innings ago for Central Catholic score. And for Leominster, 4 innings ago. They now have 5 scoreless innings. We go to the 10th inning here at historic Doyle Field on opening day, and for the Raiders it is 8-9 top. De La Cruz, Norris, and Bishop due up when we continue. This is high school baseball right here on RFM. To the top of the 10th inning we go here on RFM on opening day, and this, Bill Thomas, officially becomes the longest baseball game televised on RFM or streamed here on RFM ever.
And I'm out of books, so I hope somebody does something soon.
Absolutely crossed that threshold. As Ryan Garner continues into his 3rd inning of relief.
It's like De La Cruz at the plate?
Indeed it is. 8-hole Jeremy De La Cruz is at the plate. First pitch a ball. Next pitch lifted up and
You're okay.
out of play. Thank you. Hard to tell. You lose it here at our location, Diamond Side. De La Cruz doubled back in the 2nd. That was 3, maybe 4 hours ago.
We've only been on the air for 3 hours, 50 minutes.
3 hours, 35 minutes of actual game time. This one lifted by De La Cruz to Savatelli at 3rd, and Savatelli will make the catch for out number 1. He struck out twice and lined out to Savatelli in his last at-bat in the 7th before flying out to Savatelli here in the 10th. Now we go to the 9-hole. This is Norris. Norris has had a great day making things happen. Everything, as you guys pointed out in his last at-bat, but score. Ryan Garner, breaking ball, strike one. Grounded out did Norris back in the second. Singled in the fourth. Walked and stranded in the sixth. Doubled and stranded in the eighth. Here's the 0-1. Strike two.
Say what you will. These officials have earned their game check, so I wouldn't be surprised if things became very generous.
They
in the
have
strike zone.
indeed. The 0-2 pitch, breaking ball floats high, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Both Owen Napolitano calling the balls and strikes. Dan Roy out on the bases. Done a phenomenal job.
I hope Owen's been getting his squats on
to this
in the
point.
preseason.
The 1-2, ball up and in, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, I can say this, Kate. Obviously, football official in the fall,
Yes.
as well as a hockey official in
So
the
he's
winter
fine.
season.
His legs are
He's
all
fine.
set.
He's good.
He's fine.
2-2 pitch. Cut on and missed.
He's fine.
And that's 2 away here in the 10th. To the top of the order we go. It's the first time since that ground ball back in the second that somebody has successfully retired Norris at the plate. Go back to the top of the order here in the 10th. It's Kyle Bishop, the center fielder, comes to the plate. Grounded out to the pitcher in the fourth. In the first. Struck out in the second. Flew out to right field in the fourth. Sacrifice bunt in the sixth. Swinging strikeout in the eighth. That has been his day thus far. Yeah.
My
1,
word.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's a first pitch ball. Count is 1-0.
Speaking of 6, Ryan Godden has set down 6 in a row.
The 1-0. Breaking ball. Strike one. 1 ball and 1 strike. The relief pitching today on both sides
Tremendous.
have been tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. Both teams into their third pitcher now. And pitchers 2 and 3 out to the rubber today for both teams. Phenomenal. 1-1. Strike 2 on the inside corner. Inside the lefty Bishop in this lefty-lefty matchup.
Once again, if you're looking to be choosy up at the plate, I would.
I would hazard a guess that no.
Change your
1-2 over the head of Bishop. He said this one scraped him. Tried to buy a little bit of love here at the plate. He's not going to get it. 2 balls and 2 strikes goes the count.
He did not win an Oscar on that performance.
Indeed, he did not. But he tried. He had a little smile on his face.
Got to learn to flop.
2-2 with 2. Breaking ball called strike 3. And to the dugout he goes. 3 up and 3 down for a second consecutive inning for Garner. Quick work once again. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. And through 9.5 here at Doyle Field, we're still tied at 1.
Back-to-back, 1, 2, 3 innings for Ryan Godden, too. So we'll see what the bottom of the 10th brings.
Bottom of the 10th is going to bring Leominster. 4, 5, 6. Savatelli, Baez, and Gossin at the plate. When we continue, it's high school baseball right here on RFM. To the bottom of the 10th we go. Savatelli, Baez, Gussin due up for Leominster here in extra inning number 3. And Tony Savatelli comes to the plate to the Rocky Balboa theme, the Italian stallion himself, with a chance with one swing of the bat to win this one. Ooh. And Josh Florence, a knee-high strike on the outside. Count goes to 0-1. And he sees that one, check swing, no swing, says the base umpire Dan Roy, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1 from Florence. Savatelli, that one's off the end of the bat. Norris charging in, and he will make the catch, moving in and to his right for out number 1. For Savatelli, it will be a day of what could have been just missing. Worked a couple of walks, got cut down, but the couple of flyouts that he's just missing by a hair as the season progresses, you expect that will start moving in his direction. That brings Angel Baez to the plate. He sees Lawrence for the first time, and this is a called strike. And the count is 0-1. Now here comes Florence on the 0-1. Baez lofts this one to right field. Norris over, ranging to right center, and Norris will make the catch in front of Bishop, the center fielder, for out number 2.
Any comment, Bill Thomas?
Quick inning? A 1-2-3 inning?
And he
it's
jinxed
been a while.
And he jinxed
Blue
it.
Devils haven't gone 1-2-3 for 4 or 5 innings here, so this last time they went 1-2-3 was 1, 2, 3, 4 in the 5th inning.
And that brings Tom Gosson to the plate. 2 sacrifice bunts, reached on a fielder's choice and stranded, and a line out to second base. That's his most recent at bat, and that's a strike on the 1-0, and it's 1-1. On the 1-1, back up the middle, Florence makes the play on the ground ball over his head and flips it to first to end the threat in the 10th. What a phenomenal play by Florence fielding his position. Ay, 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 ay. The question du jour, what's it gonna take to win this one? Something special, I dare say, on opening day. A scoreless 10th. We're tied at 1. Central Catholic and Leominster deadlocked through 10 innings. To the 11th we go. This is high school baseball on RFM. We go to the 11th. And Josh Florence is at the plate. First pitch swinging, and he rips this one foul for strike number 1 here in the 11th. Ryan Garner still out there after 2 quick innings of work in innings 9 and 10. Florence, meanwhile, Bill Thomas, he represents the lone run that was scored by Central Catholic back in the first inning. He singled and became the run scored on the RBI double by Tyler Normandin. Ground ball by Florence. Garner off the mound, makes the play on to first for out number 1. It's a 1-3 put out.
First baseman number 8, Nathan Kearney.
Tell you, as the game has progressed, it's gotten much more efficient.
Indeed it has. Well, and we were talking about this in the break, and that is, this is basically now going to become a bit of a war of attrition here. Who has the arms and legs and available players that can stick this out as the hours start to slip by here?
Over 4 hours on the broadcast now.
And counting here. Game time, 3 hours and 46 minutes and counting. A swing and a miss here from Kearney, and it's quickly 0-2. Kearney, single and stranded, single and cut down at third base. 2, make it 3 walks in a row since his most recent in the 8th. And that is ball 1. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Bill Thomas, you also said it. You would hate to see this end now on a mistake. You want somebody to just jack one over the fence and call it a day.
Some action. Absolutely. A couple of good hits.
The 1-2 through the glove of Casey to the backstop. 2-2 goes the count.
Love to see a walk-off.
Oh, Bill Thomas.
I'm trying to be predictive in a positive way.
That's, hey, loud, proud, and positive. 2-2 pitch from Garner. Cut on and missed, and the tag on the tush for out number 2.
Tag on the tush. I like that. Well done.
Number 5, Tyler.
When you are a parent of an 8-month-old, you learn all sorts of new phrases that you never used in your life.
Tag on the tush.
And there you go. There's one straight out of Daddy Daycare. 2 outs here as we go to the 4-hole. It's Tyler Normandy. He has the lone RBI.
Our kid's taking a nap right now.
Indeed he is. That's a ball outside, and the count is 1-0 to Normandy. Normandy doubled for the RBI back in the first, walked in the third and then got stranded, flew out to center, back-to-back, caught-looking strikeouts in the 6th and 8th.
Got a lot of food to make for tomorrow. Just gotta finish this bad boy up.
Of course, on the holiday weekend and Easter Sunday coming up.
To get done.
Here's the 2-0 from Garner, breaking ball. Strike 1, 2 balls and a strike. Hey, this is an opportunity to wish a happy Passover to our friends who celebrate the Passover season. And, of course, a happy Easter to those who will celebrate on Easter Sunday tomorrow. This one hit on the ground by Normandy. Up with it, Savatelli. Bullet across the field. And 5-3 the putout to end the threat economically in the 11th. Through 10.5 here at historic Doyle Field. It is another no run, no hit, no error, no one left on in the 11th, and another 0 on the board for Central Catholic. Through 10.5, it's Central Catholic 1, Leominster 1. To the bottom of the 11th we go. 7, 8, 9, Casey Swain and Laura due up in the inning for the blue and white. More to come. It's high school baseball, and it's right here on RFM. Extra innings continue on opening day here at Doyle Field, and it's high school baseball here on RFM. For those of you that have joined us today on YouTube, Facebook Live, or Twitch, a great one you are catching here on opening day as Zach Casey leads off the bottom of the 11th for Leominster. And that one, a check swing foul, and the count is 0-1 to Casey.
I don't know. I think somebody needs to prove to me they have home run power.
Casey, Swain, and Laura all with a chance to prove that point. Here's the 0-1. And Casey lifts this one toward left field. Ionessa drifts over. He'll make the catch in front of Bishop. And that's out number 1 here in the 11th.
Designated hitter number 15,
Dom Swain will come to the plate. Swain walked in the 2nd, hit by a pitch in the 4th, caught looking in the 6th, and grounded out to 2nd in the 8th. And Josh Florence gets the baseball that he would prefer. And here comes Swain settling in. Hit on the ground toward the shortstop, De La Cruz. De La Cruz squares up, fields, throws, and 6-3 goes the putout. And that brings Reese Laura to the plate. Laura, swinging strikeout in the 2nd, flew out to center in the 4th, caught looking in the 7th, walked and stranded in the 9th. This will be his 5th at bat of the day. And it is a 1-hop to Rickenbach from Florence, and the count is 1-0.
You know, Kate, we were talking about the umpires and if in shape, the plate umpire. Tell you, Rickenbach looks like he's struggling a little bit coming back from the dugout there in between batters.
Yeah,
walking a little gingerly. His legs, I bet you, are getting a little tight, you know, in that catching position.
I was going to say, 11 innings in the squat.
First game out, absolutely.
Yeah, that'll hurt you.
Here's the 2-0. And Laura lifts this one into the infield. And Florence makes the catch to end the 11th. 3 up and 3 down in the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on base. And through 11 here at historic Doyle Field, we're still tied at 1. Central Catholic 1 and Leominster 1. If anybody knows how to make a couple of desserts, Kate would like some help as this is going further and further behind. And it's more to come. Have the ham on. We'll see you at noon tomorrow.
I'm out of book. Somebody's got to score. I'm on literally in the last column of my book in the margin.
More to come. High school baseball, RFM. To the top of the 12th we go, and the giggles are setting in here on opening day as Garner sends a breaking ball in there for ball number 1. Todd Robbins, Bill Thomas, Kate Robbins, and you.
Now I'm just upset.
Kate's upset she didn't get a chance to go on the bathroom break.
There's a potty break, and I wasn't told about
5,
it.
6, 7, Savio, Rickenbach, Antonopoulos due up in the inning.
I wouldn't have even taken a stall in their bathroom.
1 ball and 1 strike here in the top of the 12th.
It's ridiculous.
The 1-1, and this one misses. 2 balls and a strike goes the count. 3 hours and 56 minutes and counting of game time for this one. The 2-1 pitch, cut on and missed. And the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Brian Garner now up over 70 pitches himself, according to my calculations.
If I am
The
Athletic
question
Director
is-
Pelassi, I am changing games this
I was
week.
going to say.
Nobody available.
2-2. This one's pulled foul outside of first base, and we'll try that 2-2 again. Remember, Massachusetts is a state with mandatory rest days based on volume of pitches worked. If you throw 25 pitches, up to 25 pitches, you don't have to have a day's rest. 26 to 40 for 1 day, 41 to 55 for 2 days rest, 56 to 70, that's 3 days rest, and 71 to 115 pitches, that's 4 days rest.
So they're not going to have anybody available.
And that is a ball. Count goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes to Jack Savio. Struck out twice, singled, reached on an error, flew out to right field, and he swung and missed at that one.
So a little advice to all of the batters: be ready to hit the ball.
No kidding.
Be ready to
Just
hit the ball.
'cause-
When the scoreboard goes to double digits on the innings, be ready to hit the ball. Right?
I would agree. I mean, at this point, you want to be the hero.
Yeah.
You want to do something special here on opening day.
Yeah, don't get caught with the bat on your shoulders for sure.
Be ready to hit the ball.
Rickenbach
Anybody surprised by this?
swinging
Shame on you.
a swinging curveball that comes in, catches the zone. It's a strike. Count is 0-1. Here's Garner's 0-1. Through. And
What'd they say?
They're not wrong.
And the fans are getting a little chippy
They're
out
not.
here
No,
at this
they're
point.
telling them good advice. Get on base. Things don't happen unless people get on base. If you have the opportunity, get on base.
The
They're
call,
right.
Call from the crowd was wear it. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the 12th. 1-1.
You can't do any damage if you don't get on base.
Missed 2 balls and a strike. Knowing my luck, though, see, and I could see it
We're
from
not
the
talking about you.
the Rickenbach perspective. I'd catch it off the big toe and it would be out for the season. The 2-1, that one's inside, and he olays out of the way, and the count will go to 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike to Brady Rickenbach.
I know this is a contact sport, right?
Indeed they do.
That on occasion there needs to be.
Fly out to right, fielder's choice, error and reached and stranded, swinging strikeout, and then fly out to center field, and now swung and missed at strike 2 here in the 12th. 3-2 the count. 6th at bat for Rickenbach. The 3-2 pitch got underneath this one, sends it out to right field, and making the catch is Reese Laura for out number 2. At this point, it is all about trying to guess how is this one actually going to end.
You're right.
Because I'm
me
not
shutting the
sure
camera
at
down
this
after
point
14
that it's
innings.
going to end. That is not going to happen. We have an audience. Be careful now. Jokes aside, Charlie Antonopoulos here with 2 outs in the 12th. That ball misses wide, and the count goes to 1-0.
That just means I'm going to get admonished, Bill Thomas. That's all that means.
1 ball and no strikes, 2 outs here. Here's Garner's 1-0 pitch to Antonopoulos. And that is a ball that drifted high. 2 balls and no strikes. Garner ready now. Here comes his 2-0 pitch. Check swing.
No.
Not even close.
Nope.
3 balls and no strikes.
I got that tickle in my throat. I'm sorry about all the coughing today.
That's all right. Hang it in there. It's been a dusty day here, Diamond side. It's a 3-0 pitch. Fastball for strike 1. Garner trying to work himself out of a hole to Antonopoulos, who has had his own struggles today. Struck out looking twice, singled and stranded. Gave way for an at-bat. Is this one he hits on the ground? Baez ranges to his left. Up with it. 4-3 the put-out. No runs, no hits, no errors. No one left on in the 12th for the Raiders of Central Catholic. The one thing they have stemmed the tide on, stranded runners. Stranded runners. They had stranded 15 runners on base through 8 innings of play. They have not had a base runner since the 8th inning. Through 11 and a half here at historic Doyle Field, we are still tied at 1. Central Catholic and Leominster, 1-1 to the bottom of the 12th inning. More to come. It's high school baseball, and it's right here, exclusively on RFM. As the records keep falling here on RFM coverage, how about longest broadcast in the history of RFM still going? 4 hours and 3 minutes and counting for a baseball game. As we go to the bottom of the 12th inning, is smelling better and better.
It's looking better and better.
If they're listening, it's Oquendo that leads things off as Leominster starts here in the 12th. At the top of the order, 1, 2, 3. Oquendo, Richard, and Massa due up in the inning.
Bill Thomas, I already told Todd the fans for the next game have already arrived.
Players.
The 1-1 in the dirt.
What's going on here? I thought this game started at noontime.
Oh, it did.
It did.
It did.
And it was noontime today, in case anybody was wondering. 4 hours and 4 minutes in counting. 2 balls and 1 strike. Florence here in relief. The 2-1 Oquendo dropped a bunt. And they say that is a foul ball, and that is a benefit for Oquendo, as if that catches his foot on the ground completely outside of the batter's box, he is out.
I
think that soft sand, the soft dirt kind of saved him right there.
A little bit. Killed it.
Sure looked like that was in front of the plate.
The 2-2 from Florence. Oquendo reached for it and fisted it foul and out of play, and we'll try another 2-2 pitch here in the 12th. Leominster last scored back in the 4th. They scored their lone run there. Meanwhile, Central Catholic, they scored back in the 1st. And now Oquendo avoids that one. I thought for sure he took that one off the side of the hip. But,
wear it.
But I was going to say, you and everyone else in the crowd. And that
Take one for the team.
And that is ball 3. 3-2 pitch. Oquendo hit on the ground. Diving stab made by Antonopoulos. To his feet. Throw across the diamond. And that brings fans to their feet.
That's the kind of play we like to see, even if it does continue the game. Nice play down there.
First baseman number 4, Jake Richard.
Plays like that are why this game is so exciting. What a great play by Antonopoulos, making the diving play, going to the line away from first, up and comes across the diamond to make the play. Brings Jake Richard to the plate here in the 12th. This will be his 6th at-bat. Struck out in the 1st, 3rd, then grounded out in the 5th and 7th, and then flew out in the 9th. Now this one hit on the ground to De La Cruz, up with it across the diamond for the out. 6-3, that put out for out number 2.
Here's the shortstop.
And that brings Nick Massa to the plate. Massa grounded out in the first to short, flew out to right field in the third, and has struck out swinging in the 5th, 7th, and 9th.
Action in Leominster's pen.
As they will hustle out there to throw. And that is a number.
Looks like number
Alex
It looks like a
Quendo.
Quendo who's going to run out there. One.
Oh, is
They're
that
going
who
to
it
run up
was?
there.
Number
He
one?
started at second. Has been playing center field. He may
Yep.
come in to pitch at this point.
Hey, why not?
Hey, you got a 4-hour day and counting. As Massa
He's all warmed up.
is in a 1-1 situation here with 2 outs. 1-1. That one missed inside, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Now I'm starting to wonder, what was the longest high school baseball game
No,
in
please
Massachusetts
stop.
State
No,
history?
please
Because
stop.
I'm kind of curious. 2-1, that one's in the dirt. Goes to
we're
3
not
balls
entertained.
and a strike.
Did the Blue Devils play a 14 or 15 inning game last year?
They may
Early
have.
in the season, I think.
I know the longest baseball game in history, 33 innings, McCoy Stadium in Pawtucket there.
You'll be doing the rest of this by
Yeah, we'll be
yourself.
gone.
That was over 2 days, by the way.
We'll be eating ham.
3-1, that one's called a strike. 3 balls and 2 strikes here. Let the audience record. I am all in. I am here to see the result of this one. Here's the 3-2. Swing, and he got a piece of it foul. Did Massa.
You
And
can
he'll
be
have
a
another
warrior all on your
3-2
own.
pitch.
Turned into a sunrise to sunset situation.
Indeed it
Thank
has.
God it was a noontime start.
Yeah, I know. You're going to put the lights on pretty soon.
And they have to walk off the back, does Florence. And again, I'm going to return to the relief work by Francisco Melendez, Josh Florence, Tyler Godin, and Ryan Garner. Amazing. 3-2 made it 58 feet, and Rickenbach just looks beat up. And he will
does.
have to go over, pick this one up.
He is
but it's a
slow.
walk.
He's half
Oh,
stepping
man.
it. Yeah, he's half stepping it. I
Remember,
noticed
he
that
also got
last
stepped
inning.
on a few
Yeah.
innings ago on that check back
First
over at
base,
first.
Right.
And so
Battle tested after one
I was
game.
going to say, just an absolute beating. But Leominster has a 2-out base runner. That's the breaking news here in the bottom of the 12th.
That's one of those, if you can't beat them, beat them.
That's it. Nick Massa goes to first, his first time on base today in his 6th at-bat here in the 12th. And Tony Savatelli comes to the plate. He walked back in the 2nd and got cut down in a rundown. Flew out to left, flew out to the pitcher, walked in the 8th, lined out back in the 10th to right field. And
By
now
the-
it's ball 1 from Florence.
By the time you get through what he's done, the at-bat's going to
I
be
was
over,
going to say,
Todd.
because Florence
We're gonna-
moves quickly.
We're going to need to expedite what they've done.
Pretty soon, we're going to just go on this game, this
Yeah.
7-inning
This
affair.
7-inning game.
We'll
Maybe just,
summarize.
the highlights. Just give us the highlights. Edit.
Starting to try to decide whether I need to start splitting up my blocks here. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the
Are you
1-0.
running out of score?
This one's
You were bragging. I got 14.
15 innings.
I love
15.
it. I'm in the margin on mine.
It's a 2-0 count.
I'm ready to recreate it on a whole new set of
I was going to say,
pages.
I figure I can make a 16th inning on what I have here.
I'm about ready to eat my fist. I'm going to go own the taqueria in a minute.
Here's the 2-0 pitch. Ball is outside and will roll to the backstop. Count goes to 3-0. Hey, if you want baseball, we have got baseball for you.
If you
And it
want
wasn't even a
burritos, Katie,
scheduled
you're not allowed
doubleheader.
to have one. My dad did ask me if they were playing 2 today.
Thus far, we're heading that way.
Hey, we got a 3-0 count, though.
It is 3 balls and no strikes to Savatelli.
I think things are coming off the rails. Oh, and that's a walk. They walked him.
And they decide, they
Intentional walk.
can just
Give
send
it
him on
to
the
send him
intentional
down.
walk.
Yeah, because that moved Nick Massa down into scoring position.
Indeed it did.
So, yeah, no sense messing around. First base is open.
Put him on.
Keep the play in order. You now have a play at any base on the bases.
Out in the field. Exactly
So
right.
Baez comes to the plate. He had a single back in the 2nd, got stranded, walked, and he was Leominster's lone run scored in the 4th. Hit by a pitch and stranded in the 6th. Flew out to center in the 8th and flew out to right in the 9th. And he sees strike 1 from Josh Florence here in the 12th.
Might I suggest, don't be choosy.
I would agree with you. Runners, Massa at 2nd, Savatelli at 1st. Massa, the only one that matters. He represents the game winner. The 0-1 from Florence. And this one is ripped by Baez. center field, over the head of Bishop, around third, and Mesa will trot in and score. It is a walk-off winner for Angel Baez as he wraps home Nick Massa, and Leominster is a winner 2-1 in 12 innings on opening day.
And that's the way we wanted it to end. A little bit of excitement, some action, not a mistake. Great way to end the game. Couple of walks leading to that game-winning hit.
It's an RBI single for Angel Baez to win this one in 12. And Bill Thomas, take this into account. Angel Baez, who was the starting pitcher for Leominster today, hitting for himself, and those first 3 innings were forgettable for the way this season is going to go, and he is the hero. He was the lone run scored in regular time in 7 innings, and now he drives in the game winner in the 12th. That's a day of emotion for Angel Baez.
It is, and he left it all out on the mound. Those first 3 innings, he struggled mightily. We talked about base runner after base runner that Central Catholic was stranding, and in the end, it paid off. The struggles he had, he muscled through it. He got himself in position to score that lone run that led to this walk-off RBI that sends everybody home happy.
Winning pitcher Ryan Garner for Leominster, and Bill Thomas in his 5 innings of scoreless relief, most of them in extra innings. A phenomenal performance for Ryan Garner.
I had him for 6 innings, Todd. I think he came in the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th.
He did come in the 7th because Baez threw 3 innings, Godin threw 3 innings. So yeah, Garner
6 innings, a 1-hit relief. 1, 2, 3 innings up and down the scorebook, and he really came in and shut down the Central Catholic Raiders offense, who had multiple base runners on inning after inning. Not even a 1, 2, 3 inning till he makes an appearance, and then he shuts them down with 1, 2, 3s the last 4 innings, and that's the way you wrap it up.
Quick tabulation for Garner. 6 innings pitched, 1 hit, scoreless relief, a walk, and 6 strikeouts for the game winner today for Ryan Garner. Phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal performance. An opening day 12-inning affair, and Leominster wins 2-1 on home field. Bill Thomas, as we wrap things up here, we're going to just go straight to the wrap-up with this. What's going to be the thing you remember other than how long this game ran?
Well, I'm going to remember the tenacity that the Blue Devils showed, fighting base runner after base runner and coming up with big outs and making big plays whenever they looked like that the Central was going to lead the way to a big inning. And but the relief pitching, it's not like the starting pitching was bad. Both starting pitches, they only gave up a run each. But when you look at the efficiency of the defense, the efficiency of the relief pitching, it all came together. And to having an opening day game like this, both teams, I'm sure they didn't expect this kind of game. It's something they can look back on, as the season progresses. And both teams can build off of this, get the pitching back in order. But it's not like both teams blew through their pitching. They used a couple of starting pitches each. They got a multiple innings out of their relievers. You're not blowing through 2 or 3 pitches in an inning because you can't get that third out. So, we'll have to see how that plays out going down the road. But, I think that was going to be the last inning for Ryan. So it's good to see him get the win. But it's great to see the way the Blue Devils battled back from down 1-0. Nothing was going right for them. And they were just getting mowed down by the starting pitcher there,
Rondo early on, yeah.
And then he ran into trouble, and then they battled, and they some tough starting pitching, some tough relief pitching from Central, but Leominster battled and held in there and got that big hit when they needed it.
And they are the winner, Bill Thomas, of the first Easter egg hunt of Easter Saturday is Leominster, with finding the run in the 12th to win this one. 2-1. The Blue Devils are a hard-fought 1-0 on the 2023 baseball season. The Raiders of Central Catholic, a hard-fought loss, 2-1 here to Leominster, and Central Catholic starts the year 0-1. 1. We thank you so very much for being a part of this one here on RFM over the last 4.5 hours of baseball here.
56 people that watched us on YouTube stuck
Indeed.
with us.
Thank you so
very
much. Official game time finishing at was the 4:14 p.m. And so 4 hours and 14 minutes of baseball here on opening day. We are back with this baseball team on Monday, May the 8th. It's a 6 o'clock first pitch against a new familiar foe in Chelmsford. And then back the following Monday on a new look opponent on Monday, May the 15th. Advanced Math and Science Academy in Marlborough, 6 p.m. that game as well. We'll have that action for you. And we announced many innings ago, Legion Baseball, Leominster Legion, post 151. We'll be right here on RFM for 3 or 4 games coming up this June and July. Looking forward to all of that action, baseball-wise, ahead in the weeks and months ahead as well. For Bill Thomas and Kate Robbins and the rest of the RFM family, we say a happy Easter to one and all. Please enjoy yourselves tomorrow. May all your Easter eggs be found safe and sound. We're looking forward to the spring season ahead. Follow us on social media at Media Rivalry for more. Like, follow, and subscribe when the action goes live. We find you. For Bill Thomas and Kate Robbins, I am Todd Robbins saying thank you so very much for being a part of our family over the last 4.5 hours. And until next week, we say so long, everybody.